Chapter 4:26 Snow Lotus of Elegance. Chu Yang muttered to himself unconsciously. Yes, it's Snow Lotus of Elegance. There are two flowers of Snow Lotus of Elegance, one black and one white. One is yin and the other is yang. Yin and yang complement each other. It can cure chronic diseases, cure terminal illnesses, increase martial power, and break through bottlenecks. Chu Fei-ling said, "My wife and I each took half of it. Our injuries were healed in a short time. Moreover, our martial power improved greatly. Both of us broke through to second grade emperor level. It's a blessing in disguise." Chu Yang sighed deeply. A blessing in disguise, huh? Chu Fei-ling smiled bitterly and said, "My wife and I felt that our injuries were healed. So we immediately rushed back. We killed more than a dozen enemies who were chasing us along the way. We didn't even have time to interrogate them. We rushed to that ruined temple, but the child was gone." Chu Fei-ling's voice was filled with grief. "The child is gone." Chu Yang muttered to himself blankly. He suddenly felt that the hatred towards his family and his parents for abandoning him had disappeared at this moment. Both of us went crazy. We kept looking for him. We even searched the nearby mountains. But we didn't find him. We returned to the upper three heavens after a long time. But that poor child has always been in our hearts for the past 18 years. It's as if a thorn has grown in our hearts. My wife missed him day and night. She looked haggard. Her martial power hasn't improved in the past 18 years. Instead, she fell from second grade emperor level to first grade emperor level. She even suffered from chronic chest pain. The entire clan treated us as a laughingstock. My father-in-law and mother-in-law viewed us as enemies. All these years. Chu Fei-ling sighed sadly. All these years, how can the word bitter be enough to describe it? Chu Yang was completely dumbfounded. There was no doubt that this person in front of him, this sworn brother of his, was his biological father. Chu Fei-ling sighed and turned his head, but he saw that Chu Yang's face was streaked with tears. He couldn't help but be startled. "Brother, what happened to you?" "Boo-hoo, I'm so moved." Chu Yang wiped his tears and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chu Yang's heart was tangled. He now had a strong impulse to immediately rush up and hug him and tell this man who had suffered so much all these years, "I am your son. I am the son you lost 18 years ago." But damn it. But he couldn't. Especially, the two of them had just become sworn brothers. Moreover, it was half-forced by Chu Fei-ling. If Chu Fei-ling were to tell him the truth now, he would probably die of shame before he could even be surprised. Heavens, I forced myself to become sworn brothers with my own son? Who could stand such a thing? More importantly, I still have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I have the responsibility of being the master of Calamity Sword. I have to save Xiao Wu. If I return to my ancestry now, I will continue to unify the lower three heavens. And I am afraid that my identity as the master of Calamity Sword will be exposed. Of course, he could trust his parents. But the problem was the Chu family wasn't as united as before. Who knew who had ulterior motives in the clan? No matter who it was, if his identity as the master of the Calamity Sword was exposed, he would implicate the entire Chu clan and cause them to disappear. Acknowledging a son, but causing the destruction of the clan was not a great joy, but a great sorrow. If he didn't give any reason for staying in the lower three heavens to develop, he was afraid that this old Wu and his mother would swallow him alive. At the very least, they would send a few experts to protect him. But how could the experts of the Chu clan hide from the eyes and ears of the big dominant clans? Wouldn't this be akin to exposing himself? Chu Yang was very conflicted. "Sword Spirit, is there a way to cure this chest pain?" Chu Yang asked the Sword Spirit in his mind anxiously. "Chest pain?" The Sword Spirit snorted. "What kind of illness is this?" It's just a knot of longing that causes the meridians to be blocked. That's all. Then, can it be cured with the complete version of the heavy pill? Chuyang asked expectantly. That's my mother. Even if I can't acknowledge her for the time being, I have to make sure she's fine. Big brother, there's no need for that, right? The sword spirit shrieked. The incomplete version of the heavy pill has already cured this problem to the best of its ability. Using the complete version of the heavy pill is a complete waste of God's gift. That's a treasure that can raise one's cultivation by a whole realm. You can't continue to squander like this. No matter how rich our family is, it can't withstand such torment. The sword spirit was so heartbroken that he was about to cry. This is the most precious medicine in the entire lower three heavens. It's not a cabbage on the roadside. Even if it's a supreme being level expert, it'll still have a great effect after taking it. Raise one's cultivation by a whole realm. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. That's great. It can increase my mother's ability to protect herself. The sword spirit slapped his own mouth in regret. My mouth is so cheap. Why did I say this? Raise one's cultivation by a whole realm. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chuyang asked in puzzlement. That can only be used by emperor-level experts and above. With your current cultivation, I can only store the medicinal efficacy after taking it. Otherwise, you'll turn into a pile of feces. The sword spirit snorted angrily. Chuyang excitedly raised his eyebrows. Then he suddenly thought of something. I have to help the old man improve a bit. Otherwise, I won't be at ease with him being surrounded by danger every day. Can I have 2 heavy pills? Chuyang asked. Then I won't have Mo Qingwu's. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. This guy is addicted to squandering. Nonsense. Chuyang said angrily, we have jade snow spirit ginseng, mysterious ice jade paste, mysterious yang jade essence, and vitality spring water. There are so many elixirs. Now we also have sea of flame, purple crystal, Ganoderma. So it should be easy to produce several heavy pills, right? How can it not be enough? The sword spirit was so distressed that his whole body shivered. Can I call you Lord Sword Lord? Lord Sword Lord. This is a great waste. This is an unforgivable sin. Listen to me. Let's do it. Chuyang said in an overbearing manner. We can only produce 1 pill at most. We can only use a little bit of the mysterious ice jade paste and mysterious yang jade essence. The sword spirit bargained with a firm look on his face. He didn't yield an inch. Otherwise, I'd rather die. Only 1 pill at a time. Minister Chu gave in. Is there anything else? The sword spirit saw that this guy was still hesitating to speak. So, he couldn't help but get angry. I have to give them 2 weapons so that they can protect themselves. Chuyang said with a greedy face. You also saw that the saber is a little soft. It's not very useful. I've already prepared it. The sword spirit angrily said. I knew that you would trouble me the moment I saw you crying over there. So, I made them for you in advance. Take them. With a clang, he threw out a sword and a saber. You're a good person. Minister Chu said in a grateful manner. I would have given myself to you if you were a woman. I would have taken you as my wife. Get out of here. The sword spirit shivered and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was a spirit, but he still felt his hair stand on end at this moment. There's one more thing. Can you make a few pills that can perfectly conceal one's strength and prevent others from seeing through one's cultivation? I owe you. The sword spirit looked up and sighed. Chuyang proudly withdrew from his sea of thoughts. He opened his eyes and saw Chu Feiling in front of him. Chu Feiling was examining him with a concerned look on his face. Brother, wake up. Brother, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Why did my brother suddenly become absent-minded? I can't wake him up. Chuyang quivered and woke up. He awkwardly coughed a few times. Now that he heard these brothers calling him with such sincerity, Minister Chu felt uncomfortable all over. Even his crotch felt as if his balls were being pulled. I can't keep calling you like this. My lifespan will be shortened, Father. Well, I'm thinking your real strength should be at Saber Emperor grade, right? Chu Yang smacked his lips and said, Why haven't you thought of breaking through to Saber Monarch grade? Breaking through to Saber Monarch grade? Chu Fei Ling shook his head and sighed. How can it be so easy to break through to Monarch grade? Brother, you don't know that breaking through from Emperor grade to Monarch grade isn't as simple as breaking through from Revered grade to King grade. It requires the world's essence energy, one's own cultivation, chance coincidences, and comprehension of the state of mind. None of these can be missing. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly and said sincerely, this today that since you've acknowledged that little brother, know that, I have a gift for you. Chu Yang didn't know what to say, how to address himself, how to address him. These are all problems. Moreover, they are big problems. Call him big brother. Call himself little brother. Chu Yang's legs cramped just thinking about it, let alone calling him that. Yes, Minister Chu was used to being lawless, but he didn't dare to be careless in this matter. Motherfucker, this is no joke. Why do you need a gift? As your elder brother, I should be the one to give you a gift for our first meeting. What you said really makes me feel ashamed. Chu Fei Ling waved his hand. He felt strange in his heart. Why is this brother of mine suddenly stuttering? He said sincerely, Brother, good brother, what you've given me is enough for me to repay you with my whole life. I can help you break through to Monarch grade today. Chu Yang made up his mind and cut the Gordian knot. Chu Fei Ling was shocked. Eat this. Chu Yang took out a pill. Chu Fei Ling didn't have time to see what it was before he stuffed it into his mouth. It melted in his mouth. He felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth. His limbs and bones felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, a hot current and a cold current alternated in his dantian. They spiraled and rushed up in joy. At the same time, his head suddenly became ice cold. A sense of great meaning that he had never come into contact with suddenly rushed into his mind and surged in his mind. Chapter 4:27. At the same time, the meridians in his body suddenly opened up. Waves of tyrannical but warm spiritual energy of the world rushed into his body from every pore. It seemed as if a huge magnet had formed in his body, attracting the spiritual energy of the world to gather in his body. The impurities in his body were also discharged at this moment. Chu Fei Ling turned pale with fright. He hurriedly calmed himself down and sat down. He faced the sky with his palms and palms facing the sky. He tried his best to digest this sudden great fortune. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This brother is really impatient. He stuffed it into my mouth. However, he also knew that this was purely out of Chu Yang's good intentions. If he had given it to him, he wouldn't have accepted such a valuable gift. This was a heavenly treasure that had never been heard of before. The spiritual energy of the world and the medicinal efficacy rushed towards the bottleneck of the monarch level like stormy waves. The next moment, Chu Fei Ling felt that the unbreakable bottleneck of the monarch level that he had attacked many times had suddenly loosened. He didn't have time to be surprised when another stormy wave of energy rushed over. The bottleneck of the monarch level was suddenly opened. Then the spirit chi in his meridians was like a tide breaking through a dam, cheering and jumping. The spirit chi fiercely rushed out, unimpeded all the way. Breakthrough. Breakthrough like this. The breakthrough that I've been dreaming of came so suddenly and without any preparation. Then, Chu Fei Ling opened his eyes wide. The spiritual energy has become more and more turbulent after breakthrough. It has become more and more powerful. It rushed through his meridians at lightning speed for 10 cycles. Then it rushed towards the bottleneck of the second stage monarch level. Damn! Chu Feiling's face turned red with excitement. Isn't this too big of a surprise? The bottleneck of a second-grade monarch-level expert couldn't withstand the impact of that surging spirit energy flow. Then, that spirit energy flow continued to spiral in his meridians. In fact, the medicinal efficacies were still violently rushing out of his dantian and formed a new power. Chu Feiling was shocked to the point of speechlessness. Third stage, fourth stage. It rushed to the peak of the fourth stage before it finally stopped. Then his dantian became calm again, as if nothing had happened. Chu Feiling exhaled a long breath of foul air. He stood up and walked 2 steps. Then he shook his arms, and his vitality gushed out like a tide. The impurities that had been forced out of his body turned into powder in an instant. He shook his body, and all the powder fell to the ground. He had broken through. Moreover, Chu Feiling clearly felt that this elixir not only allowed him to break through, but also allowed him to comprehend some of the meaning of the Great Tao. What was even more strange was that it actually completely improved his spiritual realm. He had advanced by an entire realm. In other words, his state of mind had originally been at the Saber Emperor grade. However, it was now at the Saber Monarch grade. What did this mean? Chu Feiling was so excited that his whole body was trembling. This means that I only need to accumulate martial power, and I can smoothly reach the level of Saber Monarch. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks in this process. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Chu Yang. His eyes were full of excitement. Suddenly, he clasped his hands and bowed to the ground. He then sincerely said, "Brother, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Big brother, I really can't say any words of thanks." Tears flickered in Chu Feiling's eyes as he said this. Yes, this kind of great kindness was something that couldn't be expressed in words. Words couldn't express the weight of this friendship at all. Chu Yang was startled. He looked at his father's buttocks as he bowed in front of him. His scalp almost exploded. He hurriedly dodged to one side and spoke incoherently. What's this for? What's this for? Chu Feiling straightened up and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then he solemnly said, "Good brother." Chu Yang grinned and laughed awkwardly. "Well, by the way, that was just food. It's not a gift." Chu Yang stretched out his hand and pulled out a saber and a sword from his black robe. "This is for you." The saber's body was slender, and it shone with a cold light. It fell on the ground, and half of it was inserted into the extremely hard ground that had been burned by the raging fire for thousands of years. It flickered under the sunlight and reflected thousands of rays of cold light. The sword's body was delicate, and its shape was graceful. It was also inserted into the ground. It was obviously tailor-made for a woman. How can this be? Absolutely not. Chu Feiling repeatedly waved his hands. His face and neck were red. "If you continue like this, I'll leave. I don't have the face to stay here." His heart was moved to the point of no return. This sworn brother is really good. But isn't this a little too enthusiastic? Why does he act like he's emptying his belongings and throwing out these treasures without any regard for his own life? Even if we're sworn brothers, you can't be so generous, right? Chu Feiling also wanted to take out something in return. But when he looked at each item that Chu Yang took out, he sadly discovered that he couldn't take out anything. It's too embarrassing. "These aren't for you. Why are you so anxious?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "This saber is for you. As for that sword is for, Chu Yang said for a long time but didn't dare to say, "It's for sister-in-law." He actually wanted to say, "It's for my mother," but he didn't dare to. It's for madam." Chu Yang sweated. "Ah, you're even giving it to her." Chu Feiling sighed repeatedly. "Brother, you're too considerate." Then his face turned serious, and his expression became resolute. "Then I can't accept it even more." What? You're looking down on me. Chu Yang simply threw a tantrum. Either you take it away, or don't acknowledge me as your Minister Chu wanted to slap his own mouth a few times. Damn it, it's too difficult to speak today. I used to have a glib tongue, and I didn't bend my back when I challenged the world. But today I can't even speak a complete sentence. Okay. Chu Fei Ling sighed emotionally. Anyway, one doesn't feel itchy when one has too many lice, and one doesn't have to worry when one has too many debts. I already owe enough, so I'll just owe more. That's right. I don't know if this sword that person will madam like it? Chu Yang obviously had a stuttering problem. You're still calling her madam. Chu Fei Ling rebuked. That's your sister-in-law. Minister Chu's forehead was full of sweat. He wiped it again, and his little face turned green. Brother, are you feeling hot? Chu Fei Ling asked with concern. Yes, very hot. The weather's really hot. Really hot. Chu Yang was in a difficult situation. The matter is done. I should go back. Chu Fei Ling looked at Chu Yang with some reluctance. He was somewhat anxious to return home. His old father was still lying in bed. How could he not be anxious? Besides, he couldn't stay here any longer. In front of this little brother, Chu Fei Ling clearly felt that he was shorter by a head. Always accepting other people's gifts, this isn't a good thing. It's really strange. Usually, you can't see the world's rare treasures and divine weapons in the upper three heavens. But this time you can actually bring back a lot of them. Wait. Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. You haven't taken away the filial piety I showed to my mother. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there anything else? Chu Fei Ling looked at him in surprise. There's also this. Chu Yang took out a small bottle made of purple crystal from his bosom. Inside there was a spinning elixir. This is a special elixir for treating heart colic. If you take it back, not only can it clear away the chronic disease, but it can also increase your cultivation. It's the same as the one you just ate. Cough, cough. I wanted to give you more, but I don't have much left. Chu Fei Ling was really shocked. Another one. But this one, I must have it. This concerns my wife's health. I must take it no matter what. But this elixir is so precious. Please tell Madam that there's no need to worry. She should relax. Her son will be found. Maybe her son is a young hero now. He's shining with heroism. Cough, cough. Chu Yang said shamelessly. Besides, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. This is also his life's chance. You should know that one can only rise above others after suffering. Maybe her son will be able to go home by himself someday. I hope so. Chu Fei Ling heaved a deep sigh and said, If my family's little dog can be half as good as you, if it can be 10 or 20% as good as you, my wife and I won't have any regrets in our lives. Little dog! The corner of Minister Chu's mouth twitched. He must be very promising. Moreover, he must be handsome and confident. He must be handsome and elegant. He must be young and promising. He must have a demeanor and temperament. Young ladies will be dazzled the moment they see him. Young Master Chu's face was very red, but he still spoke very fluently. Young Master Chu kept hypnotizing himself in his heart as he spoke these words. I'm Tan Tan, I'm Tan Tan. Thank you for your auspicious words, brother. Chu Fei Ling carefully put away the purple crystal bottle in his bosom. He held a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. He also held the mysterious Yang jade core and 2 incomplete, heavy elixirs in his bosom. He was ready to return home from a rewarding journey. Hold on. Chu Yang remembered. You must remember to keep these things a secret. Don't leak them out, I know this. Chu Fei Ling cleverly smiled. Wouldn't my brother be in endless trouble if someone were to find out about this? Don't worry. Only you and I will know about this matter. That's good. That's good. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Brother, I'm going back now. Chu Fei Ling tightly grasped Chu Yang's hand and shook it vigorously. You must not forget your brother. You must come to the Chu clan if you go to the upper three heavens. That's for sure, for sure. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang wanted to shake his head whenever he heard the words brother and elder. There's also this pill. It can shield your aura after you take it. So, people won't be able to see your cultivation. Chu Yang looked at Chu Feiling as he walked away. Chu Yang was reluctant to part with him. Chapter 428. Chu Yang didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He threw himself on the ground and pounded the ground with his hands. Oh my God! Oh my God! You're finally gone. I'm dying of suffocation. What is this, big brother? Chu Yang cried, laughed, and screamed for a long time. He vented his emotions, hysterically for a while. Then he got up and looked at the surrounding scenery. He felt strange and lost. He suddenly felt empty in his heart. It seemed that he was missing something, but also seemed to have gained something. In short, his mood was extremely strange. After a long time he sat up. He supported his chin with his hands and was lost in thought. His mind was in a mess. It seemed that thousands of things were running through his mind at the same time. But he didn't have any specific thoughts. You're finally complete, the sword spirit in his mind sighed. Congratulations, Tribulation Sword Master. Your inner demons are gone. What's left is only some obsession. Complete? Chu Yang was stunned. He asked subconsciously, That's right. Being abandoned by your parents has always been your inner demon. Although you've never said it, but this deep hatred has always been in your heart. Perhaps you haven't realized it yourself. But every time you see someone else in front of your parents, you'll always feel jealous. So, you're jealous of everyone. The sword spirit said ruthlessly, You didn't accept Wu Qian for this reason. This hatred can only be resolved by your parents. No one else can resolve it for you. If you keep this hatred, your inner demons will burn you to ashes when you reach the saint level and become a supreme martial artist. The sword spirit sighed in relief and said, But even I didn't expect that your inner demons would be resolved so early this time. Well, sword spirit, do you think it's right for me to not acknowledge them now? Chu Yang had always been brooding. His parents had suffered for 18 years because of him. Even 10,000 heavy pills couldn't heal the pain in his mother's heart for the past 18 years. Chu Yang felt sad when he thought about their lives for the past 18 years. So, he was much luckier than his parents. Although he was an orphan, he had a master. Moreover, he had always been full of hatred for this matter. There was no doubt that the days full of hatred were much better than the days full of despair filled with love. That was because his mother's heart had been torn apart and bleeding for the past 18 years. How could an ordinary person endure that kind of pain? Yes, this is absolutely right. The sword spirit said with infinite certainty, Don't think that you're unfilial because you didn't acknowledge your parents. In fact, you'll be the greatest unfilial if you acknowledge them now. Filial, unfilial, Chu Yang muttered. Tribulation, Sword Master. The entire celestial layer is a responsibility that you cannot abandon. Even if you don't want to, fate will push you to complete it. The sword spirit said slowly, You don't have the ability to protect your family right now. Even if you don't do anything after you return to your family, there will be people who will investigate the origins of the Chu family's first young master. You're a disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. You're an orphan, and you've transformed into King of Hell Chu. Then, you've become a sword king from an ordinary martial artist within a year and a half. Everything will be dug up. When the time comes when the great dominating clans look for the Calamity Sword Master, the first person they suspect will be you. The sword spirit said, Even if they can't be sure that you are the master of Calamity Sword, they would rather kill 10,000 people than miss a single person, because the Calamity Sword Master has too much influence on them. They definitely wouldn't mind destroying an innocent Chu family. Sword Spirit sighed softly. You haven't come into contact with the big clans, so you still don't know how formidable and huge your opponents are. I only want to ask you this. Diwu Qingro is only a person sent by the Zhuge clan of the big clans. Is he difficult to deal with? Very difficult to deal with. Chu Yang nodded and admitted. His mood also became heavy. Diwu Qingro's fierceness can't be described with the word difficult. So, let's find the fourth fragment as soon as possible. Sword Spirit sighed and said, the only way is to find the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword and improve your strength as soon as possible. Then, you can hide from the heavenly secrets. Let's take it one step at a time. Chu Yang pondered and said slowly, I want to know what will happen if I acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan, and give up the responsibility of being the Calamity Sword Master. You can't give it up. The consequence of that would be the great clans would destroy the Chu clan and kill all your family members. You would be forced to walk the path of the Calamity Sword Master in order to take revenge. These are two paths. You can choose one. The Sword Spirit sneered. Chu Yang was stunned for a while. Then he spat and said, Fuck! I'll just hand over the Calamity Sword. I won't be the Calamity Sword Master anymore, okay? You think I'll hand it over just because you said so? Sword Spirit snorted mockingly. Why are you so capable? If you really do that, the Chu family will still have no way to survive. You should still be the Calamity Sword Master. Unless you die again. Chu Yang's hair stood on end. He hung his head and said dejectedly, Forget it. I won't acknowledge it first. The key is strength. Sword Spirit said lightly, If you have strength, you can acknowledge it. If you don't, you can hold it in. Hold it in for the time being, Lord Sword Master. Chu Yang was furious. He glared and said, If not, I'll beat you up. If not for the fact that you can't beat me, you'll beat me up. Sword Spirit laughed weirdly. Chu Yang had given away so many treasures today. Sword Spirit was very distressed. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity to hit him when he was down? Chu Yang coldly snorted. He patted his buttocks and stood up. He suddenly felt very good for some reason. He ignored Sword Spirit and walked forward in big strides. He was as light as a feather, as if he wanted to ride the clouds. He couldn't help but sing loudly as he walked. It was the song Jianghu Road. This journey I won't look back from mountains of knives and seas of fire. This journey I'll die on the Jianghu Road. This journey I'll laugh proudly at the world from now on. This journey I'll go straight to the clouds without looking back. This journey I'll defy the heavens from now on. This journey I'll make fate reincarnate. This journey I'll accompany you to dance and laugh at the world of mortals. This journey I'll overturn the heavens. Chu Yang sang loudly all the way. He was like a gust of wind blowing across the ground. He saw a dense forest in front of him. Chu Yang sang excitedly and rushed into it. Suddenly, a broken gong-like voice cursed. "Awoo, dog ant, which pervert is that howling? Motherfucker!" He disturbed Second Master Ji's mood of taking a dump. He must be courting death. Chu Yang was startled. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then, he suddenly flew into a rage. "Awoo, dog ant, motherfucker!" Second Master Ji was so depressed about snatching his wife that a punching bag was sent over. A thin guy came out of the forest with a strange cry. He was holding his pants while tying his belt. His nostrils were raised to the sky as he walked out of the forest. He stood in the middle of the road in an imposing manner. Then he dragged out a long cry. "Awoo, which be asterisk teach is it?" Chu Yang snorted and slowly walked over. He put on a fake smile and said, "Oh my, isn't this Second Master Ji? Second Master Ji, you're really overbearing." "Awoo, of course, of course." Second Master Ji has always been famous in these 3 days. GMO said disdainfully with his nose up in the air. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that this voice was a little familiar. He hurriedly opened his eyes and lowered his head to look. Then, he suddenly screamed as if he had seen a ghost. His legs left the ground, and he spasmed as if he had been electrocuted. "Ah! My mother, why is it you?" "It's me. What's wrong?" Chu Yang crossed his arms and sneered sinisterly. "Second Master Ji, are you going to blame me for disturbing your bowel movements?" "Ayaya, ayaya." Ji Mo's face suddenly turned bitter. It was so bitter that juice could drip out of it. Even his nose and eyes were squeezed together. Then he rolled his eyes and put on a flattering smile on his face. Then he ran over while jolting his buttocks. He nodded and bowed. Then he said, flatteringly, "Oh my, I was wondering who it was. Your singing is so beautiful and moving. It's like the heavenly music lingering in the heavens. Ah, it's rare to hear such a thing in this world. Ah, I'm really intoxicated. I'm really intoxicated." He shook his head and made a circle in an intoxicated manner. Then he continued to flatter. "I was so shocked that I hurriedly came out to greet this almighty person. I really didn't expect this." GMO immediately put on an extremely shocked and admiring expression. Then he said, "I'm so shocked at this moment. So it's my big brother. My dear big brother. Oh, big brother Chu, I really admire you. I admire you so much that I prostrate myself on all fours. My admiration for you is like a torrential river." Then he put on a stern face and pretended to be unhappy. "But, big brother, you're too much. You actually hid your talent to such an extent. If I didn't happen to hear it, who would be so lucky to hear such a beautiful, deep, manly, and heroic singing voice again?" Then he rubbed his hands and ran over. He was extremely enthusiastic. "Big brother. Oh, I missed you so much. Big brother, my dear big brother." Chu Yang's whole body was covered with goosebumps. He instantly shivered and his thighs started to spasm. He couldn't help but send a flying kick over. In the blink of an eye, Second Master Ji had already turned around and stuck out his, but with a flattering look on his face. "Big brother, please calm down. Kick here. I just wiped my butt. It's very clean." Hee. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put down his foot. "Forget it. I forgive you. Motherfucker, you disgusted me to death." GMO cheered and rushed over. He hugged Chu Yang's neck and cheered, "Waha! Big brother, you're finally here. And you've come at such a crucial moment. Right at the crucial moment when I'm about to snatch my wife. This is really timely. Awo, dog ant." Chapter 429. Let go. Chu Yang angrily threw him aside and said, "What's going on?" "Ha!" GMO immediately let go of his hands around his neck, but immediately hugged his arm affectionately. His face was full of excitement. Obviously, he hadn't woken up from the pleasant surprise of being reunited after a long time. He giggled foolishly for a while before coming back to his senses. "Boss, when did you come?" "I just arrived not more than 4 or 5 days ago." Chu Yang glared at him. Chu Yang awkwardly tried to pull his arm away, but this guy was hugging him so tightly that he couldn't pull it out. GMO hugged Chu Yang's arm like this, raised his face, and led Chu Yang inside with a silly smile. Step by step, Chu Yang was full of energy. "You haven't said it yet." Chu Yang struggled with all his might, and finally pulled his arm out. Motherfucker, his skin had been rubbed red. "What do you mean by snatching a wife? I heard that you snatched Gao Sheng's wife? It can't be." "Yes, yes, yes." GMO suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and remembered this matter. He jumped in front of Chu Yang, and raised his hands and shouted, "Awo! Dog ant! Boss, I found my own spring." Chu Yang's face darkened. He couldn't bear to look at this guy's current appearance. He looked like a monkey in heat. "Found your spring?" Chu Yang thought of Huyan Aoba's tall and sturdy appearance, and then looked at GMO, who was jumping up and down in front of him. He compared the size of the two in his mind, and couldn't help but feel dizzy. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. That Huyen, miss? Yes. GMO excitedly clapped his hands and made a loud clap sound. He was beaming with joy, and his eyes were full of longing. Boss, I remember that time you said that whenever you see a girl you love, your heart will beat faster, and you'll feel that the cold wind is intoxicating, the sun is bright, the world is colorful, and the flowers are more fragrant. I am, he let out a happy sigh. Ever since I met her, I've truly understood that love still exists in this world of mortals. Love, this is such a sacred word. Ah, my love. Ah, my spring. Ah, Chuyang couldn't bear it anymore. So he kicked this guy's ass and sent him flying. Get lost. Don't disgust me. GMO let out a strange cry as he was sent flying. He then prostrated himself on the ground like a big horse, but he quickly got up and ran back with a drooling face. He then complained, Big brother, you can't dispel my stubborn pursuit of love. This is inhumane. Chuyang looked up to the sky and sighed. Even if you use violence to obstruct me, I will still persevere. For the sake of my love, I will fight to the end. Second Master, G, clenched his fists and made a solemn vow. Sigh. Chuyang shook his head weakly. That Miss Huyen, how is she? Ji Mo's eyes brightened when he heard the words, Miss Huyen. His saliva almost dripped out of his mouth. Then he spoke in a voice that was almost roaring, Beautiful! How beautiful! Every word he spoke caused his body to tremble violently. Chuyang recalled again in his mind. Then he hung his head weakly. Where is she beautiful? Everywhere is beautiful. Everywhere is beautiful. GMO opened his eyes wide and gasped for breath. Then he narrowed his eyes. His face was full of fascination. Obviously, he was thinking of Miss Huyen, who he yearned for day and night. Big brother! You don't know. GMO narrowed his eyes and used a dreamy tone. He gestured with his hands. First, he spread his fingers and made two bowl-like shapes. Then he placed them on his chest. This place is so big! Then her two hands slid down from her chest to her buttocks in a gentle manner. She twisted her waist like a snake while caressing both sides of her buttocks. It's so round here. Chuyang looked at him with disgust. He felt that this guy's actions were inconceivable. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have vomited a long time ago. GMO pretended to be intoxicated. Also, I feel so safe when I'm with her. Chuyang weakly shook his head and retched. Then he turned around and walked away. Big brother Chu, why are you going? GMO hastily jumped in front of him and blocked his path. He looked at him with hidden bitterness. This reaction of yours hurts a person like me who is immersed in the river of love. Chuyang closed his eyes and said in a tangled manner, Second Master, you know that I've been hurt by you since a long time ago, when you made your first expression and shouted spring, I'll change. GMO resolutely raised his hand. I'll change, okay. Chuyang sighed and walked inside. What's going on? Tell me. If you continue to be so unruly, be careful that I don't join forces with the other brothers to beat you to death. Don't. GMO panicked. He eagerly followed Chuyang and begged for mercy. I haven't seen you for a long time. Don't mention how excited I am when I see you. Look at me, big brother. King level. Then he curled his arms and bulged his muscles. He looked at Chuyang with a beaming face and winked flirtatiously. Chuyang was completely helpless. Motherfucker, why did I become sworn brothers with such a person? I've really met the wrong person. Be serious. Chuyang couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. The matter is... GMO immediately followed Chuyang's advice and told him the story of his romance. It turned out that after GMO and Jiju had led the troops to Sanglan battlefront, Grand Duke Jiju had led the troops to fight a few battles. After that, he had occupied a favorable position and set up camp. He had begun to recuperate. GMO looked at his elder brother drinking wine every day. He was drunk and slept. He was helpless when he woke up. Although GMO was also very lazy, he was still more diligent than his elder brother. Besides, he couldn't stand the disgust of facing Jiju every day. So he volunteered to go out to hunt spirit beasts and hone his martial skills. Jiju had drunk too much at that time. He said in a daze, "Then get lost." So GMO got lost. Second Master Ji had gone out alone, and he had made a name for himself in Songlan battlefront. But he had come across Huyen Aobu's pink core when he had hunted a spirit beast not long ago. The two sides had quarreled over the spirit beast, so they had fought. Second Master Ji had been besieged by hundreds of beautiful women, and he had been defeated and captured. GMO had looked up at Chu Yang in embarrassment when he had said this. He then smiled in shame. "Big brother, I've lost face for you. I was captured by a group of women, but those women were really tough. Motherfucker, they were all good men. Motherfucker. Continue." Chu Yang's face had darkened. He frowned and shouted. "Yes, yes," GMO repeatedly promised. He wiped his sweat. Then he continued to speak. Huyen Aobu didn't like Second Master Ji's lazy appearance after he had been captured. So she wanted to teach him a lesson. She didn't want to do anything to him. She only wanted to beat him up and let him go. But Second Master Ji was heroic and unyielding. He didn't stop cursing for a day and a night. All the women of the Huyen clan, even the hens, had met with bad luck. Huyen Aobu was tall and sturdy. She looked even more manly than a man, but she was still an unmarried maiden. So she was the real deal. Therefore, she burst into anger. She rushed to the place where GMO was being held and beat him up ruthlessly. However, Second Master Ji had become more and more energetic. He had been roaring nonstop. He had been beaten black and blue all over his body, but he hadn't shown any mercy. Miss Huyen was also panting because of exhaustion. But Second Master Ji suddenly begged for mercy at this time. He even offered a condition. "I'm thirsty. I won't curse as long as you give me enough water to drink." Chu Yang smiled when he heard this. I wouldn't have given him any water if it were me. However, Huyen Aobu also felt very apologetic for beating the dignified second master of the Ji clan. So she saw that GMO had the tendency to admit defeat. So she wanted to take advantage of this situation to get off the donkey. So she gave him some water to drink. She didn't expect that after GMO drank some water to moisten his throat, he would start cursing even more fiercely. His throat that had just been moistened was extremely loud and clear. Huyen Aobu thought that she was as intelligent as a man, but she was tricked by this guy. So she became angry out of humiliation. So she tortured GMO even more. But Second Master Ji didn't care what she did. "I'll curse you as long as you don't cut my tongue. I'll hit you if you let me go." However, GMO was the second master of the Ji clan. Huyen Aobu didn't dare to kill him. So she could only beat him viciously. But the more she beat him, the fiercer GMO cursed. The two of them were actually wasting time. In the end, Huyen Aobu still didn't let him go. But she admired this man's stubbornness to the point of prostrating herself in admiration. How many of these pampered and spoiled sons are like GMO? Her fiancé, Gao Sheng, who had been engaged to her since childhood, didn't even dare to take responsibility. He directly ran away. So the two parties involved were also confused. So they suddenly stopped beating and cursing. Then Huyen Aobu began to treat GMO's injuries. GMO felt dizzy. He didn't care if others beat or cursed him, but when others treated him well, he felt numb. He felt dizzy and enjoyed the beauty's grace for a few days. Then the two of them unexpectedly fell in love with each other. That day, Second Master Ji was enjoying the great beauty Huyan's service. He couldn't help but feel dizzy and said, "It's so good. Whoever marries you in the future will be really lucky. You're also capable and good-looking. Moreover, you give people a sense of security." He didn't expect that Miss Huyan would unexpectedly reply, "Do you want this kind of luck?" Then GMO said, "I couldn't ask for more." After saying that, the two of them were startled at the same time. They thought at the same time, "Damn, this matter is feasible." Then, Miss Huyan talked about her engagement with Gao Sheng. After Second Master Ji heard it, he waved his hand heroically and said, "Damn it! Don't worry. I'll do him. You just wait to be my wife." As a result, Second Master Ji raised his voice and shouted, "There's trouble, and it's big trouble." Chapter 430. Young Master Gao Sheng of the Gao clan had always been dissatisfied with this marriage. In fact, he didn't hesitate to rebel against his clan and went to the lower three heavens to hang out with Diwu Qingro. He didn't want to accept that he had such a fiancé. GMO had taken a fancy to Huyan Aobua. Moreover, both of them were happy with each other. So, Gao Sheng should have felt relieved from a heavy burden. At least, he should have unloaded a heavy burden. However, the fact was very wrong. It was one thing to look down on one's own fiancée. It was another thing to not want her. But it was unacceptable to have someone else snatch her away from him. Especially, this marriage involved the alliance between the Huyan clan and the Gao clan. The alliance would have ceased to exist if this marriage failed. Huyan Aobua would have followed GMO. So, the Huyan clan would have had to form an alliance with the Ji clan. Moreover, the Gao clan and the Ji clan had never seen eye to eye. So, wouldn't this create two powerful enemies? Moreover, young Master Gao couldn't afford to lose face. So, the entire lower three heavens was talking about this. This is too awesome. Second Master GMO has snatched Gao Sheng's fiancée. It's Miss Aobua of the Huyan clan. What kind of fucking rumor is this? The 8 characters haven't been set yet. Moreover, she's only his fiancée. But young Master Gao's head has been covered in green grease from time to time. His clan is in danger, and his reputation is in danger. Moreover, this is a great humiliation. This is unbearable. Gao Sheng became angry. He shook his head and issued a statement. "I don't want her. But she's still my fiancée in name. What's the matter with you, GMO? How can you let go of the humiliation you've inflicted on me? You must clarify the facts in front of the heroes of the world. You must apologize to me. Moreover, your G clan must compensate me for the damage to my reputation." GMO obviously wouldn't agree. So, both sides were in a deadlock. But don't forget that there were many onlookers. Most of the onlookers wished for the world to be in chaos. Therefore, booing sounds came from everywhere. Everyone fanned the flames and said that these two people were going to have a decisive battle. However, an extremely crucial person appeared at the most critical moment. This person had reversed the entire situation. He was a person who wished for the world to be in chaos. Luo Kadi. This second young Master Luo publicly stood out to support GMO. Moreover, one day after getting drunk, he loudly shouted in a restaurant, "What? This Gao Sheng really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. GMO taking a fancy to your wife is giving you face." This bastard was still unwilling to give up. He was simply asking for a beating. If he dared to raise any more unrealistic delusions, Big Brother would be the first to stand up and slap him in the mouth. No matter what, they had to respond to GMO's decision to pursue pure love. So, they did not hesitate to beat Gao Sheng until he became a pig's head. Luo Kudi's words caused the entire Zhenghu to explode. Luo Kudi was the newly promoted king-level expert wolf sword. Moreover, his influence in the Luo clan had also risen along with his selection as one of the top 10 experts of the younger generation. His words proved that the Luo clan supported the Ji clan. Not only was the Gao clan furious, but even the Luo clan's people were also furious. This was clearly not the Luo clan's decision. The family hadn't even come up with a decision yet, but second young Master Luo had already chosen a side on behalf of the family. Then Meng Luo Gong of the Meng family stood up to support Gao Sheng. But then Dong clan's Dong Wushang made a strong appearance. He waved his dark saber and made his position clear to the world. We support GMO. Li clan's Li Xiong too had always been hot-tempered. He hated evil as if they were his personal enemies. He heard that Gao Sheng's wife had been snatched away. Moreover, the snatcher was extremely arrogant. So he became hot-headed and confronted Dong Wushang. Therefore, there were already large clans involved in this matter. Gu Duxing appeared at the critical moment like a dark horse. He coldly questioned the world. Who dares to snatch my brother's wife? Gao Sheng's wife was snatched away because he was a good-for-nothing. Why do you want to get involved? The three heavens boiled over. Gu Duxing was the representative of the younger generation. So his old rival Tu Qian naturally joined the Li clan and Gao clan's camp without any hesitation. He threw out a sentence with a clear stance. I will deal with Gu Duxing. The three heavens thoroughly boiled over. The 8 great clans had agreed that the two sides would decide the ownership of the beauty on Mt. Dingjun of the Songlan battlefront on a certain day. The 8 great clans would each send out 2 people to fight with the other side. The last battle would be GMO against Gao Sheng. This was originally a drama of 2 aristocratic clans fighting for affection. But it unexpectedly swept over the entire 3 heavens because Duke Ao Xiayin, Duke Xia Danqiong, Duke O Du Shao, Duke Missouri Tian, and Duke Yin weren't willing to stay silent. So they all joined in. Anyway, there was nothing to do in the 3 heavens. The 3 Stars Divine Clan had also retreated for the time being. So, how could these men be willing to stay silent if they didn't stir up some trouble? However, these 4 men had remained silent. Moreover, they had joined forces to set up a big gambling house. They were betting on who would win between GMO and Gao Sheng. They could place a bet as long as they were interested. It didn't matter how big the bet was. The subordinates of the Dark Bamboo also took advantage of this opportunity to set up an underground betting house. Duke Yu oversaw the heroes of the world with disdain. As a result, the 3 days were in an uproar. There was still half a month left until the day of the war. The heroes of the world would converge on Mt. Dingjun at that time. It would be incomparably lively. Moreover, the Black Devil Clan, a clan of assassins, had also begun to move out. Many assassination targets would appear here. After all, they were all money. GMO and his brother had already begun to set out for that place. They had arrived near the raging Fire Mountain Range on the 2nd day of their journey. Duke GMO had a sudden urge to go to the toilet. So he found a village and went inside to relieve himself. But he bumped into Chu Yang when he came out. GMO's narration of the matter had come to an end. Chu Yang's entire body twitched as he listened. His stomach cramped. Is this even possible? You guys agreed to meet there? Chu Yang's heart warmed up. He hadn't expected that his brothers would participate in this farce. Everyone is heading towards Mt. Dingjun. We've agreed to meet at the foot of Mt. Dingjun. However, we'll surely bump into a few people along the way. They'll either be friends or enemies. GMO laughed in a carefree manner. Well, is there any news about Rue Batong? Chu Yang asked. I heard that a spirit beast has appeared in the ice and snow wilderness in the far north. Many 3 Heavens King level and Emperor level experts have already lost their lives to this spirit beast. The 3 Stars Divine Clan has temporarily retreated. So, this spirit beast has become the biggest threat. Stealing God, Thieving Ghost, and the others have already rushed there. Many other people are also rushing there. We've gathered our forces this time because of this reason. So, we'll all go there together after this matter is over. GMO's eyes were somewhat fascinated. Big brother, it's a spirit beast. It'll be very cool if we can catch it and use it as a special guest. Yes, it'll be very cool. It'll turn around and swallow you whole. Chu Yang nodded. However, he was thinking about the 12 influential figures of his previous life: Black Devil, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Tianji, Li Xiong Tu, Black Saber, Qian Hao, Xiegong, Meng Luo, Viburnum Flower, Tian Baru. Now there were 12 of them. Moreover, they were also involved in this matter. Only 3 mysterious figures had been assassinated: Young Black Devil, the representative of Black Devil, Jun Shizhu, the leader of Dark Bamboo, and Tian Baru. It's really a grand occasion. The 2 men chatted as they caught up with the Ji Clan's team. Then, Chu Yang discovered that there was a carriage in the Ji Clan's team. It was being pulled by 8 fine horses and was moving forward steadily. My elder brother is inside. Cough, cough, my elder brother doesn't want to walk. GMO introduced the carriage in a somewhat embarrassed manner. At this moment, a lazy voice came out of the carriage. Second Master Ji, you've come back from taking a dump? Elder brother, we have a distinguished guest. Ji Mo's face darkened. A rustling sound came out of the carriage. Then the curtain of the carriage was lifted. GMO vigorously jumped to the side at lightning speed. However, Chu Yang didn't know that. He was still waiting for GMO to introduce him. But the carriage's curtain was lifted, and a strong smell of feet suddenly blew over. Chu Yang choked, and his stomach started to churn. In fact, he almost vomited. His facial features became distorted. GMO laughed on one side. He took pleasure in Chu Yang's misfortune. Then he saw 2 big and smelly feet stretch out a hand. Then Grand Duke Ji Zhu appeared outside the carriage. His hair looked like a chicken's nest. His lapel was half open, and a tuft of black hair was exposed on his chest. His trousers were rolled up, and his 2 hairy legs were exposed. Then he got down from the carriage. This is... Ji Zhu looked at Chu Yang and blinked. He felt that something was wrong. So he stretched out his hand and pulled off a piece of booger from the corner of his eye. This is my big brother. GMO jumped up and waved his hand to command. You guys, get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block, blow the smell here. I am Chu Yang. Chu Yang reluctantly revealed a smile. Hello, hello. Ayaya. Ji Zhu enthusiastically held Chu Yang's hand and shook it repeatedly. The famous brother Chu? Ayaya. Chu Yang was speechless. He felt that his palm was slippery and sticky. GMO looked at his big brother speechlessly. Big brother, when did I tell you? I clearly didn't say it. So what if you didn't say it? Ji Zhu said casually, since I am your big brother, I will be famous tomorrow. Chu Yang lowered his head, speechlessly. Ji Zhu chatted for a while and quickly slipped back into the carriage. The wind outside is strong, and I need to take care of my skin. The carriage's curtain was closed. Chu Yang hadn't turned around yet. He felt that there was still a smell lingering around him. He looked around but didn't find it. He raised his hands and smelled them. Suddenly, he turned his head and retched. His hands were full of the smell of feet. My big brother's habit, GMO said embarrassedly. He likes to scratch his feet. Chu Yang retched again. He lifted his foot and kicked this bastard to the side. Then he snatched a water bag and fiercely scrubbed it a few times. He looked at the carriage with hatred. GMO's big brother is really a genius. Damn it, damn it. Mo clan, backyard, Mo Ching went back to her room. She put a few gold coins into her pocket. Then she tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she untied the bow on her head and put it in her bosom. Then she thought for a while. Then she took off her red clothes and changed into a green one. Chapter 431. Leave the clan. This was Mo Ching Wu's persistent wish for more than a year. Especially after the marriage proposal a few days ago, Mo Ching Wu had completely lost hope in her clan. She couldn't be protected here. She could only be used as a tool. Over the past year, Mo Ching-woo had been naively hoping that her father would change his mind and that her clan would be kinder to her. After all, it wasn't my fault that my 3 meridian was destroyed. I was the victim. I didn't want the clan to nurture me like before, but please at least treat me as a child of the clan. Even when the clan was nurturing me, I didn't offend anyone. I greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone praised me for being obedient. Why are they ignoring me now? She had been hoping for a year, but all she got was despair. The marriage proposal of the Meng clan had extinguished the last bit of light in Mo Ching-woo's heart. She wanted to leave here and go to Songlan battlefront. Brother Chu Yang's brothers are all there. I just need to find one. I will wait for Brother Chu Yang there, but I have never gone out by myself. This route needs to be carefully planned. Mo Ching-woo spent a few days asking around. No matter what was in the house, she wouldn't take it away. First, it belonged to the Mo clan. She didn't want to take it away. Second, if she took it away, she was afraid that she would be discovered immediately. Even her most beloved scabbard was left at home. Everyone in the Mo clan knew that this was Mo Ching-woo's most beloved treasure. As long as the scabbard was still there, Mo Ching-woo wouldn't disappear. She thought for a long time and tried her best to think thoroughly. Regarding this matter, she had been pondering in her little heart. She didn't discuss it with anyone. She took one last look at the room and the scabbard on the pillow. Then she walked out without any reluctance. Mother, I want to go out and play. Mo Ching-woo looked at Madame Mo. These days have been so boring. Good. I will immediately send someone to accompany you. Madame Mo was pleasantly surprised. Her daughter had been more and more depressed and silent these days. She was also worried. Now that she finally proposed to go out and play, she could take it as a distraction. At least her mood would be better. There's no need for that. I'll just fly a kite in the nearby grassland. Then I want to go to the Wild Goose River to look at the river water and play with the water. While I'm at it, I want to see if I can catch any fish. Mo Ching-woo pretended to be light-hearted and smiled. Naughty, Madame Mo said angrily. You are already a big girl, yet you still want to play in the water and catch fish. She muttered to herself irresolutely for a moment before saying, All right, go, don't forget to come back early. It's okay. I have a few copper coins with me. I can still buy some things. Mo Ching-woo took out a dozen copper coins and shook them. Go ahead. Madame Mo did not take it to heart. Then, Mother, your daughter will leave now. Mo Ching-woo looked at her mother and said softly. It never occurred to Madame Mo that the words mother, I'm leaving, meant that her daughter was saying goodbye to her for a long time. She only stroked her daughter's hair and said sadly, Go and relax. Xiao-woo, some things can't be forced. You have to understand the family. Mo Ching-woo lowered her head. No one could see that the last bit of light in her eyes was quietly extinguished. Understand the family? You mean sacrificing me, right? I understand the family, but what should I do? She lowered her head and thought for a moment before walking out. Behind her, Madame Mo sighed softly. It was because of her poor aptitude that she was betrothed at an early age. She thought that her daughter was born with 3 meridians and would have a happy life. She did not expect that her daughter would have the same fate as her. Mo Ching-woo walked out of the small courtyard briskly. She raised her small face and greeted everyone she saw. She smiled sweetly and walked out. She walked out of the Mo clan's gate. When she walked out of the gate, she even hugged the 2 stone lions at the gate for a while. She jumped on the lion's head and tiptoed to look at the house. The guards at the gate smiled faintly. Miss is already 11 years old and tall, but she is still so naughty. Let's go. Mo Ching-woo waved her hand. Under the guard's smile, she turned her head and ran away briskly. The moment she turned her head, Mo Ching-woo's eyes were a little red. She bit her lips hard, trying her best not to cry. Then She raised her head and looked at the morning sun that had just risen. The sunlight shone on her hair, turning it into a light golden color. She walked briskly all the way to the grassland behind the Mo clan's residence. Mo Ching Wu held her chin and looked at a few 8-year-old children playing on the grassland for a while. Then she walked all the way to the east and walked to the Wild Goose River. She leaned on the river and looked at something for a while. No one saw that she had smeared something on her face at this moment. Her originally elegant and cute little face suddenly turned black. She saw a small boat coming from afar. There were a few people standing at the bow of the boat, looking at the scenery on both sides of the river with their hands behind their backs. Mo Ching Wu then jumped down and jumped onto the riverbed. She first looked at the people on the boat and felt a little relieved. Then she waved her hand vigorously. The boat stopped and an old man walked out. He had a square face and big ears. His hair and beard were all white. He looked at her with amazement. "Little girl, I want to go home." Mo Ching Wu's little mouth flattened and her eyes were red. "My house is right there. Just follow the river. Grandpa, can you give me a ride?" "I'll give you money." As she spoke, she took out a pitiful amount of silver and looked at the old man pitifully. Mo Ching Wu knew that one shouldn't show off one's wealth. "Poor little girl. Did you get separated from your family?" The old man sighed sympathetically. "Come on up. A little girl like you doesn't need silver. Thank you, Grandpa." Mo Ching Wu obediently bowed and briskly boarded the boat. She hid her small body in the cabin. "My home is in Liuhe town, which is 200 or more than 100 kilometers below us." Mo Ching Wu blinked her eyes and innocently said, "Daddy was doing business, so I followed him out to play. However, I followed a monkey and couldn't find Daddy in the end. Liuhe town!" The old man was obviously a very kind old man. Yes, this was also the reason why Mo Ching Wu dared to board the boat. Next time, don't run around. There are so many bad people. Poor little girl. The old man sighed and patted Mo Ching Wu's head. "Give the little girl some food. Are you hungry?" "Yes." She nodded timidly. The old man was just an ordinary businessman and didn't take this matter seriously. Every time before Mo Ching Wu ate or drank, her little hand would intentionally or unintentionally reach into the bowl. On her finger there was a thin and ordinary-looking ring, the poison testing ring. Although she was young, she was extremely careful. If she fell into someone else's trap, she would never see Brother Chuyang again. Mo Ching Wu secretly looked at the Mo clan's planes, which were getting farther and farther away from her cabin. Her eyes were fixed, and she bit her lips. Home used to be the place she was most attached to, but now she had to leave. Mo Ching Wu would no longer exist in the Mo clan. "Mother, take care." When they arrived at Liuhe town, Mo Ching Wu politely bid farewell to the old man and went ashore. She disappeared into a willow forest with a wave of her hand. The old man watched her go with a reluctant look on his face. In this short period of time together, he was already full of love for this well-behaved little girl. "Sir, this young lady has been very vigilant this whole journey." The guard walked behind him and reminded him, "Don't worry about it. A little girl is outside, so it's normal to be vigilant." The old man stroked his beard disapprovingly and said with a smile, "If only this old man had such a granddaughter!" He let out a long sigh as he spoke. Mo Ching Wu found the market in Liuhe town and bought a set of gray men's clothing. Then she changed out of her clothes, put on a hat, and dyed her face a bronze color. Her thin and weak body that had not yet started to develop instantly turned into a thin and ordinary-looking man. Then she asked around and found a mule and horse company. She spent 10 taels of silver to hire a carriage. She ate and lived in the carriage and headed east. 3 days later, Mo Ching Wu got down from the carriage and bought a horse to pull the carriage with a piece of gold. She mounted the horse and galloped away. Her small figure slowly disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, she was already more than 1,000 miles away from the Mo clan. She was very careful along the way. She had thought about everything hundreds and thousands of times in her heart. Unexpectedly, she was scared but not in danger. However, from now on, she had to travel thousands of miles to the Tsonglan battlefront. She was at a loss on this long journey. She did not know where her future lay. She also did not know how many dangers a child like her would encounter on this journey. Spirit beasts, wild beasts, villains, robbers, thieves, she only knew that she had to go to the Tsonglan battlefront. That was her only hope. In her previous life, Mo Qingwu also ran away from home because she was forced to marry. In this life, she still walked on the same path. However, in this life, she ran away 2 years earlier than in her previous life. There was another difference. In her previous life, she did not even have the goal of going to the Tsonglan battlefront. After leaving the clan, she found a place to hide. Moreover, her heart was filled with despair. But in this life, at least she had hope and a goal in her heart. At this time, the Mo clan was already in chaos. Mo Qingwu had disappeared. She did not return that night. Madame Mo felt strange. Together with Mo Xingqin, she went to Mo Qingwu's small courtyard to check. When they opened the door, they saw that the room was in order. When they opened the bedroom door, they saw that the tattered scabbard was still as usual. It was hidden under the pillow like a treasure. Half of it exposed. The two of them were relieved. After all, the surrounding hundreds of miles was the Mo clan's territory. Nothing would happen to Mo Qingwu. But not returning for a night, something was not right. The next day, they went out to inquire and slowly found the riverside. Finally, they confirmed that Mo Qingwu had run away from home. Mo Xingchen was furious. Chapter 432. What are you waiting for? Mo Xingchen roared, and the entire Mo clan began to move. Generally speaking, where could an 11-year-old girl run to? Even if he ran for more than 10 miles, it wouldn't be that bad, right? Even if he was from an aristocratic family, running a few hundred miles at the age of 11, he should be considered very awesome, right? Therefore, the people of the Mo clan were very relaxed in the beginning. They didn't take it to heart. But everyone's faces darkened after 3 days of continuous searching. The entire Mo clan's territory had been thoroughly searched. But Mo Qingwu was nowhere to be found. Mo Xingchen roared furiously. Great Elder Mo Wuxan was expressionless as he watched Mo Xingchen reprimand his subordinates. After a long while, Mo Xingchen waved his hand and ordered everyone to scram. Xiao Wu might have decided to leave the family. Mo Wuxan faintly said, "So, I'm afraid that he's already out of the Mo clan's territory." "How so?" Mo Xingchen widened his eyes. "She's just a little girl. Wouldn't it be better for her to stay in the clan? She ran out so heartlessly. What an unfilial daughter. All these years, when has our Mo clan ever treated her unfairly? I'm so pissed off." Mo Wuxian's eyes flashed as he said, "Since ancient times, girls have always been extroverted. This has never changed." "Xiao Wu," she. "Haha, Xingchen, don't tell anyone about this. Keep it a secret. Dispatch people to secretly search for them. We can't break the cooperation with the Meng clan." The marriage contract was maintained. This is the most important thing. Yes. After Mo Xingchen's anger subsided, he became worried again. But Xiao Wu ran out like this. The people of Jianghu are sinister. How dangerous would that be? So what if it's dangerous? A crippled Mo Qingwu. Even if you are worried about her, what can you do? That's all she can do for the family. Mo Wuxian said coldly, "The most important thing is that you have to look at the family's interests. Even if Xiao Wu doesn't come back, Meng Luo hasn't seen Xiao Wu, right? He could just find someone to replace him. Our Mo clan should have a lot of girls of this age." "I understand the Grand Elder's meaning." Mo Xingchen was silent for a moment. "Yes, if it's a replacement, we have to act now. We have to be prepared, just in case." Mo Wuxian's skinny face broke into a smile. "It won't be good if we get exposed." "Yes, I have to say, Xingqian, the way you teach your children is still lacking. Emo Wuxian heaved a long sigh. Then he said in an exasperated tone, Look at your son and look at your daughter. 2 of them are fighting for power and profit, and one of them doesn't care about her upbringing. She doesn't know how to repay her family. She runs away from home when things don't go her way. With that, he let out a long sigh and left in a huff. Emo Xingqian sat there in a daze for a while, before his face suddenly contorted. He raised his palm and slammed it onto the table. With a crash, the rosewood table turned into a pile of powder. He muttered to himself, What do you mean by 2 sons fighting for power? That's because my son is outstanding. If others wanted to fight for it, would they be able to? What do you mean my daughter only suffered a small blow? First, you beat someone down from heaven to hell, and then you fished him out of hell to make use of him. The price is a lifetime. Who would be able to bear it? Motherfucker, my mother is my daughter because I'm her father. Who do you think you are? Emo Xingqian's face twisted. I can scold her, but others can't. Humph. Of course. He didn't dare to say these words out loud. Humph. Even if I know your hardships, when you come back, this old man will still teach you a good lesson. Emo Xingqian said and left in a huff. Ever since Emo Qing Wu rode a fast horse, she was afraid that her family would catch up with her and bring her back. Apart from the necessary rest, she had been riding as fast as she could, hurrying along at the fastest speed possible. After a few days, it was already getting more and more desolate, and the pedestrians on the road were also getting fewer and fewer. But how could Emo Qing Wu's delicate body withstand continuous riding? Although she tried her best to bear with it, the inside of her 2 big legs had already been scraped into a bloody mess. She really couldn't ride a horse anymore. Emo Qing Wu could only rest for a while, bandage her wounds, and change to walking. With every step she took, she frowned. It said to be roaming the Jianghu. Roaming the Jianghu is also very tiring. Emo Qing Wu wiped the sweat on her forehead, pouted her little mouth, and said, They talk about the martial world every day like it's a painting, saying that there's iron blood and gentleness. Who knew that it's not the case at all? Humph, I won't believe their words anymore. She wrinkled her nose. I didn't see anything else. Just feel that there are a lot of mosquitoes. And it's very lonely. She grumbled as she hurried along. At this moment, a cloud of dust rose from behind, and a troop of cavalry swept over like a hurricane. The riders on the horses were all dressed in black armor and black robes, like a huge dark cloud, madly sweeping over. Emo Qing Wu hurriedly pulled her thin horse to hide by the side of the road. The troop of horses rumbled past her, and the riders on the horses didn't even look at her from the corner of their eyes, and swept past like a gust of wind. Then a gorgeous carriage, pulled by 8 handsome black horses, galloped away, their manes flying in the wind. But just as it passed by Emo Qing Wu, suddenly someone in the carriage made a hush sound. Then an order was given, and the galloping troop of cavalry in front actually stopped in an instant and immediately turned their horses around, galloping back. In just a moment, they had already returned to their original spot, and Emo Qing Wu and her horse were tightly surrounded. You, what are you doing? Emo Qing Wu looked at them in panic. Creak, creak, creak. The carriage galloped back and stopped in front of her. Emo Qing Wu clearly felt a strong aura pouring down from the carriage, and faintly felt that there was a pair of sharp eyes looking at her from the carriage. All the riders, including the war horses, were silent at this moment. After a long time, a voice slowly came out from the carriage. The voice was cold and stern. An 11-year-old martial master? Very interesting. Emo Qing Wu's body tensed up, and she forced herself to be afraid, and asked weakly, Who are you? Who am I? The person in the carriage laughed coldly and suddenly said sternly, I'm asking you now, who are you? What's your name? Where are you from? Where are you going? The voice was cold and revealed a sense of absolute authority, clearly showing that if you don't answer well, your head will fall to the ground. Mo Ching-woo was intimidated by a strong aura and almost couldn't lift a finger. Even her own thoughts seemed to be imprisoned, and she couldn't help but speak the truth. But at this moment, a feeling of resentment suddenly rushed from her chest. I was bullied in the clan, and no one looked up to me. Now that I'm out, I actually meet someone who can bully me as he pleases? Was I, Mo Ching-woo, born to be bullied? Suddenly, a strong feeling of rebellion rushed up, and her mind suddenly became clear, and she said, "My surname is Chu. My name is Chu, Little Yang." Little Yang? The voice of the person in the carriage didn't change, but it made people feel a little amused and surprised. "Where are you from?" "Lyoha Town." "Where are you going?" "To Songlon Battlefront." "What are you going to do there?" "Looking for someone." Mo Ching-woo suddenly felt that she was speaking more and more fluently. "Looking for who?" "Looking for my brother." "Who is your brother?" "My brother is called Chu Deong." The person in the carriage suddenly sneered and said slowly, "Not bad, not bad at all. A 10-year-old kid can actually lie in front of me, and you're actually speaking more and more fluently." "I didn't." Mo Ching-woo said in a panic, "I didn't lie." "Didn't lie?" The person in the carriage smiled faintly. "Since you didn't lie, then let me ask you, are you a man or a woman?" "Man." Mo Ching-woo's little face turned pale. "Man." The person in the carriage snorted coldly, and suddenly said in a stern voice, "Men, take off his clothes and see if he's a man or a woman." "No, no. I'm a woman, a woman, a woman." Mo Ching-woo suddenly grabbed her lapel nervously, squatted on the ground, and shouted loudly. The person in the carriage seemed to laugh, and then said coldly, "You didn't lie, did you?" Mo Ching-woo's lips trembled, and she lowered her head. "You're also not called Chu Deong. You shouldn't be from Lyoha Town, and you shouldn't be looking for Chu Deong." The person in the carriage said indifferently, however, "You're right to go to Songlon Battlefront to look for someone." Mo Ching-woo only felt all the hair on her body stand on end. "And the person you're looking for?" The person in the carriage said indifferently, "Should be called Mo Tianji, right? Isn't that right, Miss Mo Ching-woo?" Mo Ching-woo's hair stood on end. This person actually knows my identity? She thought that the person in the carriage was a ghost, and suddenly screamed, "Who are you?" "Humph." The person in the carriage didn't answer and said, "I heard that the Mo clan's young miss ran away a few days ago, and I didn't expect to see her today. I really didn't expect that an 11-year-old girl like you would actually run 4,500 miles alone. It's really not easy." Then he became silent, as if thinking about something, and then said crisply, "Bring her in. Such a windfall delivered to our doorstep. How can we not take it? When this matter is over, send people to separately look for Mo Tianji and Mo Xingchen, and let them each pay the ransom. The base price is 20 million taels." A voice inside said, "This isn't right. After all, she's just a child and quite pitiful. Even if we find her, we'll just send her home." The cold and harsh voice said resolutely, "No. Who is Mo Xingchen? Why should I send him back when I find her? He doesn't deserve to take her back without spending a single cent from me. Mo Tianji also doesn't have this right." He snorted and said, "Not taking anything. That's even more not our style." Mo Ching-woo was sent into the carriage, and she saw that the spacious interior of the carriage was actually covered with the snow-white fur of an ice bear. There was a tea table on both sides, and on one side of the tea table there was a zither, and on the seat sat a gentle young girl, her starry eyes intoxicated. Opposite her was a black-clothed woman, and she was about 30 or 40 years old. She had willowy eyebrows, starry eyes, and black hair like clouds. If she were younger by a few years, she would have been called a stunning beauty of this generation. However, her face was ice cold, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. She didn't even need to move, but her imposing aura was as heavy as a mountain and oppressed people until they couldn't breathe. At this moment, she was coldly sizing up Mo Qingwu and said in a dense voice, "Miss Mo may have heard of my name. I'm called Jun Shizhu." Chapter 433. Jun Shizhu. Mo Qingwu almost jumped up. She couldn't help but open her small mouth. He was tongue-tied. "This woman is Jun Shizhu." Mo Qingwu couldn't be blamed for being surprised. It was mainly because this name was too famous in the three heavens. The leader of the Dark Bamboo, the Alliance Master of the Three Heavens underworld forces. Jun Shizhu. In the three heavens, this name that exuded an aura of elegance and carried a bit of the style of a hermit was actually a symbol of terror. The Mo clan was rich and powerful. However, they had always kept a respectful distance from the Dark Bamboo. They had never interfered with the Dark Bamboo's business. They would retreat whenever there was a conflict of interest. They couldn't afford to offend him. I had heard that the Wan Lu Alliance used to be a big underworld organization. Its leader was surnamed Wan, and his name was Wan Ludan. However, Wan Ludan had turned into an egg ever since Jun Shizhu had risen to power, and the Wan Lu League also became the Finnish League. The entire Wan Lu League had tens of thousands of people, but they were uprooted and destroyed by the Dark Bamboo within half a year. It was said that the massacre caused the entire three heavens to tremble. However, the most surprising thing was that Jun Shizhu didn't personally go into action. The one who had attacked was the #1 expert under Jun Shizhu's command, Duke Yu. Duke Yu took care of everything, no matter if it was planning intelligence or leading the troops in battle. Duke Yu was a mysterious person who wasn't inferior to Jun Shizhu. It was said that Duke Yu had single-handedly killed his way into the headquarters of the Wan Ludan, and he had chopped down the emperor-level expert of the Wan Ludan. Then he had killed nearly 30 king-level experts of the Wan Ludan. He had gotten tired of killing them. So, he had eaten a meal at the headquarters of the Wan Ludan. Then he had strolled out of the headquarters in a leisurely manner. As soon as he walked out, he immediately ordered the general attack. The Wan Lu League was like a group of dragons without a leader, and their army was defeated like a mountain yamen. The Dark Bamboo had become the overlord of the underworld after that battle. Mo Qingwu had heard the name of Jun Shizhu more than a dozen times. So, she was already familiar with this mysterious and powerful person. But today, when he finally met him, he had a feeling that meeting him in person is far better than hearing about him. This woman is really amazing. It was such a hot day, and Mo Qingwu was in a sealed carriage. But she was sitting next to Jun Shizhu. Jun Shizhu wasn't circulating her martial power, but Mo Qingwu could still feel a slight chill. "Miss Mo, it's been hard on you." Jun Shizhu coldly looked at Mo Qingwu and gently shook her head. "I don't like children who lie." But Mo Qingwu suddenly recalled the other party's words about kidnapping and extortion. She couldn't help but plead, "But I don't want to go back to the clan." "That's not for me to decide. Your father and brother have the final say." Jun Shizhu gently leaned back and indifferently said, 20 million taels per person. So, that's a total of 40 million taels. You can go back if they want you to, but you can stay with me if they don't want you to go back. As he spoke, he suddenly asked inadvertently, "But you're the eldest daughter of the Mo clan. Why don't you want to go back?" Boo-hoo. Mo Qingwu was reminded of her sad past. Big drops of sparkling and translucent tears fell down from her eyes. "I don't want to go back." Boo-hoo. "If I go back, they will force me to get married. The clan needs allies. I don't want to get married." Mo Ching Wu cried very sadly. Get married. Jun Shiju was obviously startled. Jun Lu also opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Get married. Jun Shiju looked at the little girl in front of her. Her body hadn't even begun to develop yet. She's so young. The clan wants her to get married in order to rope in allies. Jun Lu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of sympathy. She extended her hand, held Mo Chingwu in her bosom, and comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. Jun Shiju's complexion turned from white to blue. A trace of pain appeared in her eyes. It seemed as if she had touched upon some painful memory. Her face turned ashen. She suddenly slapped the tea table in front of her with a bang, and angrily cursed. Fuck Mo Xingchen! He's forcing his 11-year-old daughter to get married. He doesn't have the least bit of humanity. Mo clan, a bunch of bastards. With a bang, a palm-shaped hole immediately appeared on the white crystal tea table. This palm shape went straight down, and a palm-shaped hole appeared on the floor of the carriage. Looking down from the hole, one could see that the ground was rapidly receding along with the carriage's advance. Jun Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes. My elder sister is good at everything, but she curses people whenever her temper flares up. Moreover, she curses in a very manly manner. Jun Shiju's complexion turned ice cold. Her chest heaved up and down. It was clear that she was angry because of what Mo Chingwu had said. In fact, the Mo clan only wanted Mo Chingwu to get engaged. This was completely different from getting married. But what did Mo Chingwu know now? Jun Shiju felt that the Mo clan was worse than a dog or a pig in her heart. What does it mean for an 11-year-old girl to get married? Needless to say, this is inhumane. Moreover, this is the biological daughter of the Mo clan's clan lord, Mo Xingchen. Her biological father is forcing his daughter to get married at the age of 11 for the sake of the clan's interests. This is a bastard to the extreme. Elder sister, you see. Jun Lu's heart was overflowing with sympathy. She felt Mo Chingwu's thin and weak body trembling in her arms, and she couldn't help but feel a strong desire to protect her. Humph! The anger in Jun Shiju's eyes receded like a tide. She insipidly said, We'll carry out the original plan, but Mo Tianyin will also be involved. Let Mo Xingchen, Mo Tianji, and Mo Tianyin send 20 million each. Tell them that one of them must take out all the money. No, all three of them must take out the money. Kill the hostage if even one of them is missing. Ah, Jun Lu was gobsmacked. Wash her face. Let me take a look. Jun Shiju's eyes narrowed. What's a good little girl like this for? A trace of amazement flashed through Jun Shiju's eyes when Mo Chingwu came back after washing her face. She's really a beauty. Hee hee. She suddenly looked at Mo Chingwu's eyebrows as she said this. Young Miss Mo, come here. Let me take a look at you. Jun Shiju beckoned her. Oh! Mo Chingwu timidly complied. Then she obediently walked over. She was young and had been captured, but she had a clear feeling that these two women wouldn't harm her. Jun Shiju looked at her and finally nodded in satisfaction. Then she felt strange again. It's strange. Her eyebrows are full of een. This is a 3-een body. So she must have 3 een meridians. Are the people of the Mo clan blind? Are they all fucking senile? Such a genius with 3 een meridians wants to get married at the age of 11? I really don't get it. My 3 een meridians are already crippled. Mo Chingwu timidly said. Crippled? Nonsense. Jun Shiju was startled. Then she berated her. It's really crippled. Here I am. Mo Chingwu stretched out her hand and pointed. The people of the Black Devil clan once chopped my 3 een meridians. and my 3 meridians were crippled. Oh, how can your eyebrows still gather when your 3 meridians are crippled? June Shiju pulled her over and placed her hand on her wrist. Then she operated her martial power to examine her. She couldn't help but nod. Your 3 meridians are indeed crippled. No wonder the Mo clan gave up. But why is this so strange? She withdrew her hand and frowned. She pondered hard. This shouldn't be the case. Her 3 meridians are crippled. So the energy on her eyebrows should dissipate immediately. So why hasn't hers dissipated? She thought for a while. Then she grabbed Mo Qingwu's hand and examined it carefully. A long while passed. Then she suddenly withdrew her hand at lightning speed. She sucked in a cold breath. Did someone treat you? Yes. Mo Qingwu innocently blinked her eyes. Who? I heard from elder brother Chu. That person is called Du Shiqing. Mo Qingwu almost blurted out Chu Yang's name. Du Shiqing? June Shiju rolled her eyes. Who else could it be if he didn't have this ability? No. Mo Qingwu also blinked her eyes in astonishment. Really no. That's not right. June Shiju frowned and pondered. Elder sister, what's wrong? June Lulu asked with a smile. Someone put a trace of a strange power in her damaged 3 meridians. And it's because of this power that her 3 meridians are still intact even though they've been crippled. This will increase her pain a lot. But she'll recover her exceptional talent once she's cured. She frowned in bewilderment. Her 3 meridians would have been destroyed forever if it hadn't been for this mysterious power. But this power clearly left a trace of hope for her recovery, even though this hope is extremely slim. Hope? June Lulu was puzzled. It's equivalent to having no hope. Anyway, I can't think of any solution with my knowledge and experience. It would be useless even if she were to eat all kinds of wonderful medicines. June Shiju knitted her brows. But why would that person leave such a trace of hope? He's so powerful. So he should have known that there's no hope. Powerful. June Lulu was startled. This was the first time that she had heard her elder sister say these words. June Shiju would rather break than bend. She had never admitted that there were any powerful people in the 3 heavens. However, she had willingly said these words this time. Powerful. Yes, powerful. June Shiju solemnly said. The person who left her this trace of hope has used the power of his spirit. This is different from the world's vitality. Moreover, the degree of strength of this spirit. June Shiju took a deep breath and said, I'll be far inferior to him even if I practice for 1,000 years. I'll be far inferior to him even if I practice for 1,000 years. June Lulu was completely shocked. She knew what level her elder sister was at now, but even her elder sister had said, I'll be far inferior to him even if I practice for 1,000 years. So, the strength of this person who had left Mo Qingwu a trace of hope could be imagined. Supreme. June Lulu only had these 2 words left in her heart. Not necessarily. He may not necessarily be a supreme. June Shiju said in a heavy tone. Then a doubtful and uncertain look flashed in her eyes. In fact, there was even a trace of perplexity in her eyes. She then said word by word, this kind of spirit power. I'm afraid even a supreme. Can't do it. PFFF. Cough, 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 cough. June Lulu was nervously drinking a mouthful of water, but she suddenly choked when she heard these words, and she coughed violently. Even a supreme can't do it. These words are unimaginable. Chapter 434. Little girl, you're not deceiving me, right? June Shiju narrowed her eyes and looked at Mo Qingwu. At this moment, He suddenly felt a sense of dread towards this pitiful little girl. This little girl isn't simple. How important is the power of the spirit? The power of the spirit is the foundation of everything for a powerhouse. But a powerhouse who can't even reach the level of a supreme level expert has consumed his own spirit power to leave a glimmer of hope for this little girl. The reason for this is thought-provoking. Jun Lulu wasn't the only one who was flabbergasted. Even Jun Shiju's heart was in turmoil. Think about it carefully. Is it true that no one has treated you? Jun Shiju stared at Emo Ching-woo's eyes. Emo Ching-woo blankly shook her head. Her eyes were clear and innocent. Jun Shiju was defeated by her clear eyes. She sat back on the brocade couch and rubbed her brows. Then she muttered to herself, "That's right. Little girl, you wouldn't have felt anything if such a powerhouse didn't want you to know about it. Then everything would be over. Elder sister, I've thought of a possibility." Jun Lulu finally finished coughing. She frowned and pondered. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. "What possibility?" Jun Shiju asked in a heavy voice. "I guess a peerless genius must have passed by after little sister Emo got injured. Moreover, he must have come to her rescue." Jun Lulu analyzed. But this genius immediately discovered that even he couldn't do anything about the destruction of her 3 meridian, so for the sake of the face problem, yes, for the sake of the face problem, he didn't appear. Jun Shiju frowned and pondered. She then understood everything. Similarly, for the sake of the face problem, this genius left behind a wisp of his spirit power, and he went to the ends of the earth to find a solution. He would have come back to help her heal her 3 meridians if he had found a solution? I think so. Jun Lulu nodded affirmatively. It's reasonable to think so. Jun Shiju looked at Emo Ching-woo and suddenly asked, "Young Miss Emo, you didn't return to the clan. Did you not understand the clan's decision?" Emo Ching-woo tightly pursed her lips. Her eyes flashed with hatred. "Do you hate them?" The look on Jun Shiju's face became even more profound. Emo Ching-woo suddenly remembered her father's heartlessness, her mother's helplessness, her elder brother's persecution, the great elder's callousness, and the heart-wrenching pain of having her treasured saber taken away. She couldn't help but shed tears. She couldn't say the word hate, but the look in her eyes had already explained everything. "Tell me about it." Jun Shiju's complexion softened. Jun Lulu lovingly held Emo Ching-woo in her arms and comforted her in a soft voice. Emo Ching-woo's eyes turned red. She couldn't help but start to sob. She felt Jun Lulu's kindness. But she also felt that her heart was full of grievances. So she almost couldn't breathe. So she started to speak intermittently. The more Jun Shiju heard, the weirder her complexion became. In fact, it seemed as if she was rolling around while holding her belly. Ha 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 ha. Jun Shiju looked at Emo Ching-woo and sized her up from left to right. It seemed as if she had found a peerless treasure. She couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Elder sister, what are you laughing at?" Jun Lulu was puzzled. She was somewhat rebuking Emo Ching-woo at the same time. She was overflowing with sympathy as she listened to Emo Ching-woo's story. But she hadn't expected that her elder sister Jun Shiju would laugh so happily. "This little sister is so pitiful. But you're still laughing while listening to such a cruel experience? You don't have any sympathy, right?" Emo Ching-woo puffed up her cheeks and looked at Jun Shiju angrily. "Ha ha. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing. Ha ha ha, I can't help it." Jun Shiju kept laughing, and she stopped after a while. Jun Lulu and Emo Ching-woo were looking at her as if they were looking at a monster. "I am laughing. The Emo clan is going to bang their heads against the wall in regret this time. Ha ha. That old bastard Emo Xan always thinks that he's smart. He calculates this and that every day. He even calculates his own scheme. Mo Xing Chen's face is even more shrewd. He thinks that his wisdom is unparalleled. He doesn't care about anyone in the upper three heavens. Jun Shizhu was laughing so hard that she was rocking back and forth. This was the first time she had laughed so happily in so many years. It wasn't because of anything else, it was because this matter was simply too hilarious. These two bastards must have never thought that they would have taken away an opportunity to lead the Mo clan to the upper three heavens. They would have forced away the number one treasure of the upper and lower heavens. Jun Lulu thought for a while and couldn't help but giggle. Jun Shizhu's words were very reasonable. Which expert had left behind such a wisp of his spirit power? It wasn't because he was bored. His unwillingness to admit defeat in dealing with difficult and complicated diseases obviously couldn't explain the purpose of leaving behind such a precious spirit power. There must have been only one purpose. He had taken a fancy to Mo Ching Wu, or he had taken a fancy to Mo Ching Wu's aptitude. Therefore, he would have come back. It would have been a perfect ending as long as he came back. The Mo clan would have ascended to the heavens if they had continued to dote on Mo Ching Wu until that expert came back. After all, they had taken away the bloodline of that expert. So, how could they not give him some benefits? Such an expert would have been enough for the Mo clan to enjoy endlessly, even if he had only left behind a little something between his fingers. Moreover, Mo Ching would have acted coquettishly for the sake of their old relationship. If she acted coquettishly for her beloved disciple, that would have been a peerless weapon to deal with such an expert. He would have been able to do whatever he wanted in the upper three heavens, with his strength far surpassing that of a supreme-level expert. He would have been invincible with just one hand. In fact, he wouldn't have needed to do anything. He would have only needed to say a few words, and the Mo clan would have become a super clan of the upper three heavens. The Mo clan would have been able to stand on equal footing with the dominant clans of the upper three heavens, with Mo Ching Wu around. Moreover, Mo Ching Wu's path of cultivation would have been smooth since she had such an abnormal master. It wouldn't have been long. The Mo clan would have been the overlord of the entire upper three heavens by that time. Moreover, no one would have dared to provoke them. And there was only one reason for all of this: Mo Ching Wu. Mo Ching Wu could be regarded as the number one treasure of the upper and lower heavens from this point of view. Jun Shizhu wasn't exaggerating about this. However, the Mo clan had ruthlessly offended this treasure that had originally belonged to them. They hadn't comforted her after her 3 Yin meridians had been destroyed. Instead, they'd hit her when she was down. Moreover, they'd snatched her treasured saber. Jun Shizhu was now convinced that Mo Ching Wu's saber was the number one divine saber in the upper three heavens. How could a gift from a mysterious expert be bad? This saber was clearly a hint from that mysterious, peerless expert to the Mo clan. There will be many benefits as long as you take good care of Mo Ching Wu. This was a very obvious matter. Otherwise, who would have given such a shocking, treasured saber to a little girl? It was a pity that those people of the Mo clan hadn't been able to detect the existence of the spiritual power. So, they'd ignored such an obvious hint. They'd been blinded by greed and had snatched the treasured saber. This motherfucker was simply trying to hang himself. He was simply impatient to the extreme, moreover. He'd gone from bad to worse. He'd even forced an 11-year-old girl like Mo Ching Wu to get married. Perhaps the Mo clan wouldn't be able to survive if that expert were to find out about this. It had to be said that Jun Shizhu's guess was completely opposite. The so-called peerless expert that they'd guessed didn't exist. The spiritual power that had been left behind in Mo Ching Wu's body was a wisp of power that the sword spirit had left behind to preserve Mo Ching Wu's 3 Yin meridians. Mo Ching Wu didn't know about this. Chu Yang also didn't know about it. The sword spirit had done this so that the tribulation sword master wouldn't have any regrets in his life. Especially, this was Mo Ching Wu. She was the person Chuyang was most obsessed with. The tribulation sword master had been reborn for Mo Qingwu. How could the sword spirit dare to neglect? However, Jun Shiju's guess was completely correct from a certain point of view. That was because Chuyang was the tribulation sword master. Would Chuyang treat his father-in-law's family unfairly as long as the Mo clan treated Mo Qingwu well? Then the Mo clan would have a place in the upper three heavens when it underwent a revolution. There was no doubt about this. However, things had come to this point now. Chuyang was already giving face to Mo Qingwu by not exterminating the Mo clan. So, how could he give the Mo clan any benefits? According to Chuyang's character, at least half of the Mo clan's people would have to die in order to barely vent his anger. Therefore, it could be said that Jun Shiju's words were inadvertently correct. I'm thinking, what would the expressions on the faces of Mo Wu Xian and Mo Xingchen if they knew about this? Jun Shiju laughed wildly. Mo Wu Xian would certainly die of anger on the spot. Mo Xingchen's face would also be very wonderful. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. She laughed for a while. Then, she stroked her chin and looked at Mo Qingwu. Then, she gently smiled and said, "Such a treasure has fallen into my hands from the sky. How could I let it go? It would be intolerable if I let it go." These words were purely calculated. Moreover, they shouldn't have been spoken in front of Mo Qingwu. However, Jun Shiju didn't seem to have the slightest scruple. She had just said it out loud. Even Jun Lulu was startled by this point. This little girl looks delicate and pitiful, but she's very crafty. Do you think that she won't be able to guess it if I don't say it? It would seem that we're sinister if we don't say it. It's better to say it openly. I want to bask in the glory. What's wrong with that? This is an open and above-board matter. So, why do I have to be so sneaky? Jun Shiju mischievously smiled and looked at Mo Qingwu. Miss Mo, don't you think so? Mo Qingwu had been listening attentively. She couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes. She knew that something was wrong after she had finished speaking. But Jun Shiju had already laughed. Mo Qingwu had indeed thought so in her heart. Jun Shiju's analysis had been right in front of her. Mo Qingwu was extremely intelligent. So, how could she not understand the importance of this? She would have felt awkward if Jun Shiju hadn't said it. However, Mo Qingwu felt somewhat relieved in her heart now that she had said it so straightforwardly. Chapter 435. A true villain is not to be feared, because all his overt schemes are not schemes, but overt schemes. The most frightening thing was the fake monarch. Jun Shiju was also helpless. She also wanted to make a fortune in secret. It wouldn't be difficult for her to conceal her wealth from Mo Qingwu today. However, that expert would come in the future. How could such a peerless expert not see that she was small in comparison? That would only backfire on him. Perhaps the dark bamboo would be destroyed because of this. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, she decided to be honest with him now. We are the underworld forces. And isn't this what the underworld forces pursue? Jun Shiju said, "Let those fake monarchs cry. This is how I am." Miss Mo, you have nowhere to go for the time being. So, why don't you stay here for the time being? Jun Shiju asked with a smile. Then, I still have to go to the Tsanglan battlefront. Mo Qingwu opened her big round eyes. It doesn't matter. We are also going to the Tsanglan battlefront. Jun Shiju chuckled. It won't be a problem if we travel together. However, are you really going to the Tsanglan battlefront to look for Mo Tianji? No. Mo Qingwu recalled how second brother had lowered his head and refused to look at her when she was at her most helpless. Suddenly, her heart ached and her eyes reddened again. I'm not going to look for him. Oh, Jun Jingzhu was stunned. Then who are you looking for? I am looking for Big Brother Gu Duxing, Big Brother GMO, Big Brother Luo Kadi, Big Brother Dong Wushang, Big Brother Ji Butong. Mo Qing Wu counted with her fingers, one by one. Jun Shizhu. I didn't think that this little girl would have such a wide circle of friends. She even has 4 of the top 10 new young experts. Moreover, she also has the sole successor of the stealing god and thieving ghost. Who are they to you? They are my elder brother Chu's brothers. Mo Qing Wu said with certainty. I'll find them and wait for elder brother Chu to come. Brother Chu? Jun Shizhu wrinkled her brows. She suddenly recalled the words Chu Xiaoyang, Chudiyang, that she had said in the exam. Her heart suddenly moved, and she said, Your elder brother Chu, Chuyang, the famous king of hell Chu of the lower 3 heavens? Mo Qing Wu blinked a few times. She had already regained her usual shrewdness and said, Yes, that's my elder brother Chu Yang. Humph! Since I'm such an important person in your heart, then surely you won't dare to do anything to my elder brother Chu Yang. King of Hell Chu has sent 3 people. Jun Shizhu's complexion sank. She then gently shifted her gaze towards Jun Lulu. She pondered for a long while, and then said, Lu, King of Hell Chu has a friendship with you, right? I heard that King of Hell Chu helped you a lot when you broke through the heavenly zither sound face? Yes. Jun Lulu had always been grateful to Chu Yang in her heart. So, she replied without hesitation, that King of Hell Chu Yang is indeed a rare man in this world. Mo Qing Wu's eyes suddenly flashed with a proud light. Her small face seemed to be glowing under this banner. She was so excited that her delicate body began to tremble. My brother Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang. He was well versed in both martial arts and was a rare man in the world. This is the evaluation of my elder brother Chu Yang. Did brother Chu Yang teach you how to play the zither? Mo Qing Wu curiously looked at Jun Lulu. Yes. Jun Lulu replied with a smile. It's all thanks to him. Mo Qing Wu suddenly felt stifled in her heart. She looked at Jun Lulu's eyes with intense hostility. Mo Qing Wu obviously didn't know anything about love at her age. She also didn't have such thoughts. But she didn't know why she felt hostility towards this banner. She just felt uncomfortable. Humph! Her small face turned away, and she angrily turned her head away. Oh my! Jun Lulu pointed at her in amazement and laughed. This little girl is jealous, ha ha! Mo Qing Wu pouted her small mouth and sulked. Jun Lulu deliberately teased her. She then said in a nostalgic tone, Also, Chu Yang is very handsome. His voice is very pleasant to listen to. He plays the zither well. Little Wu, have you ever heard your brother Chu Yang play the zither? Humph! Mo Qing Wu's voice became even louder. She felt extremely aggrieved. I haven't heard it. Boo-hoo! Brother Chu Yang plays the zither for this woman. He doesn't play for me. Boo-hoo, I'm so sad. Chu Yang would have spat out a mouthful of blood if he were here. I can't play the zither. Who did I play it for? I'm being wrongly accused. Ha ha ha. Jun Lulu giggled. She looked like a little hen who had stolen food to eat. Well, little Wu saw Chu Yang and asked him to play for you. Then she left. Jun Shizhu came out to smooth things over. She thought that Chu Yang's zither skills were naturally good since he could instruct Jun Lulu to play the zither. Wouldn't playing the zither and coaxing a little girl be a piece of cake? Little did he know that these words had put King of Hell Chu in an awkward situation where he was at the end of his rope and had nowhere to go. Mo Qing Wu's eyes lit up. Well, elder sister, since this is the case, should we stop extorting money from the Mo clan? Should we cancel our original plan? Jun Lulu glanced at Mo Qing Wu. She stopped laughing and asked Jun Shizhu. Oh, that won't do. Jun Shizhu flatly refused. She coldly said, "We are a force of the underworld. So, we can't lose our position as an underworld force." Ah! Jun Lu blinked. She was extremely surprised. Mo Qing Wu also blinked her eyes in confusion. But wouldn't little Wu have to return the money to them once they get it? Perhaps they would force her to get married once she goes back. Jun Lu was somewhat anxious. "Ah, Lu, you've been with me for so many years. How can you not recognize our position?" Jun Shizhu helplessly frowned and said, "Who am I? I'm Jun Shizhu." The Mo clan wants to take her away after getting the money? How can they let her go so easily? Jun Shizhu held Mo Qing Wu in her arms. She mischievously smiled. "Little Wu is such a treasure. How can I return her to them? That would be a dream." "Ah, you won't return her. Could it be that you want to eat 10 million for free?" Jun Lu was surprised. This isn't good, right? Because we are an underworld force. What is an underworld force? This is an underworld force. Jun Shizhu said in a profound manner. Jun Lu was obviously confused and disoriented. "Elder sister, you often say that even a thief has a moral code." "Yes, even a thief has a moral code. This is my moral code." Jun Shizhu glared at her. "What I get is my moral code." "What's the matter? Ask 3 people, and tell them that I, Jun Shizhu, have said so. Who dares to say that I'm wrong?" Jun Lu was left speechless. It seems that elder sister is determined to blackmail the Mo clan. This is also a way to vent little Wu's anger. Humph! They cruelly bullied and mistreated my darling little Wu. So, how can they not pay the price? Jun Shizhu changed the topic and gave an extremely far-fetched reason. However, Mo Qing Wu's eyes lit up. She suddenly felt that Jun Shizhu had become a bit more cordial. Jun Lu was dumbfounded. "Tell me about King of Helchu. Little Wu is also very interested in him," Jun Shizhu said with a smile. Mo Qing Wu's eyes lit up. This elder sister looks fierce, but she's actually a good person. She knows what I want to hear. King of Helchu? Jun Lu stared blankly for a moment. She recalled the street corner with Chu Yang. Then she sorted out her thoughts and started to speak. Jun Shizhu listened in silence. Then she suddenly interrupted and said, "So, Chu Yang has 5 sworn brothers. Gu Duxing, Luo Kudi, and Ji Emodong Wushang Rui Butong, right?" "Yes." Jun Lu thought for a moment and affirmed. These people are very famous now. They clearly have a bright future ahead of them. But you haven't noticed that 3 of these brothers of Chu Yang are the second duke of their respective big clans. In Butong is the younger brother of Stealing God and Thieving Ghost. He's free to do as he pleases in the 3 heavens. And Gu Duxing was tantamount to a hired thug of the Gu clan when he became sworn brothers with Chu Yang. And Gu Duxing became the young clan lord after the 2 dukes of the Gu clan died in an accident. Jun Shizhu's eyes flashed with brilliance. "They're all such characters. Why?" Jun Lu was startled. She hadn't thought of this. King of Helchu, it seems that his ambition isn't small. His ambition is very broad. Jun Shizhu coldly said. However, she had wrongly accused Chu Yang. After all, these people had been roped in by Gu Duxing. That's not necessarily the case. After all, King of Helchu's strength is still very small, and his brothers are included as well. They are in the limelight now, but they can vanish like smoke overnight if we deliberately deal with them. Jun Lu thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, "Not necessarily." Jun Shizhu pondered. Jun Lu remained silent. Mo Qing Wu blinked her big eyes. She was still pondering over what Jun Lu had said. Elder brother Chu Yang, King of Helchu, used thunderous methods to subdue Iron Cloud. Wanli broke through the continent alone. He stirred up the world by himself. Elder brother Chuyang is awesome. Elder brother Chuyang is the most awesome. Mo Ching Wu's eyes flashed with light. Her heart was infinitely satisfied. It seemed that she had also felt the same way about those world-shaking things that Chuyang had done. She felt extremely glorious, and extremely proud. Jun Shiju snorted and closed her eyes to rest. However, he was thinking in his heart, there are only 2 people in the lower 3 heavens who can benefit from this if that mysterious expert comes. One is King of Hell Chu, who is about to come up from the lower 3 heavens. As for the other one, as long as I operate well and win over Mo Ching Wu, it will undoubtedly be me. But how to deal with Chuyang? Is he an opponent or an ally? This is a problem. That Chuyang isn't simple either. Jun Shiju quickly began to calculate. What will the consequences be if I kill Chuyang? What will the consequences be if I maintain a good relationship with Chuyang? The aura on her body was somewhat cold and murderous for a while. Then it was somewhat warm like a spring breeze. Her aura had changed in an instant. However, Mo Ching Wu's heart was full of lively thoughts. It seems that there is no danger for the time being. This dark bamboo looks very scary. But she seems to be very kind to me now. Moreover, she seems to be plotting something. I don't know if I should ask her to help elder brother Chuyang. After all, elder brother Chuyang is a stranger in the upper 3 heavens. He will be under a lot of pressure if dark bamboo is willing to help him. Chapter 436. The wind was whistling outside as the carriage continued to move forward. There were 3 women in the carriage. Some were old and some were young. All of them were thinking about their own matters. Reporting to Minister Jun, the 3 letters for the Mo clan have already been sent out. A voice came in from outside. Jun Shiju nodded indifferently and replied with a hm. Jun Shiju opened her eyes after a long while. Then she said, Ah Lu, send an order to Dukyu. Tell him to adjust the betting odds of Jimo's victory to 1-5. Ah. Jun Lulu was startled, so high. Yes. Jun Shiju gently nodded. Then she thought for a moment and said, Find a way to transfer the hidden bid to the open bid after adjusting the odds of the hidden bid. And Duke, you will give up the banker. He will let Ao Xiayun, O Du Shao, Mo Tianyun, and Xia Danqiong become the main bankers. She thought for a moment and said, Let him continue to bet on Mo's victory after he gives up the banker. In short, the higher the betting odds, the better. Jun Lulu was even more bewildered. GMO and the others' chances of winning aren't high, and it'll be even more difficult to deal with them now. Moreover, the banker will make a big profit if they lose. So, why would elder sister give up such a huge profit? Jun Lulu was at a loss. This was a huge bet that had gathered all the aristocratic clans of the 3 heavens. The profit was unimaginable. So, Jun Shiju wanted to give it up? Give up such a huge profit? Jun Shiju snorted and said, Why would I? Are you so sure that GMO and the others will lose? Is there any suspense in this? Jun Lulu's forehead was sweating. Gaosheng's side is full of genuine first-rate heirs of great aristocratic clans, and Jimo's side is basically a group of 2 dukes. Moreover, these people are among the top 10 experts of the younger generation. It's clear at a glance who will win and who will lose. Haha. Jun Shiju faintly smiled and said, In addition, mobilize another 500 million silver taels, and bet on Jimo's victory on the last day of the bet. Jun Lulu nearly fell down from her chair. Elder sister, are you crazy? Jun Lulu exclaimed. I know what I'm doing. Jun Shiju faintly smiled and said, This is a big gift from our dark bamboo to King of Helchu's brothers. Let's see if they can take it. Jun Shiju had already made up her mind at this moment. I will make friends with King of Hell Chu at all costs. However, Jun Shiju had a precondition for doing so. GMO and the others must win. If GMO and the others were still defeated after paying such a huge price, then it would be a complete loss. Not only would they not be good people, but they would also lose money and become enemies. It was a huge gift. Jun Lulu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Where did her elder sister's confidence come from? Giving up the banker of the gambling house, taking out 500 million taels of silver, and lowering the odds of winning. This was equivalent to throwing out 1.5 billion taels of silver. Although she knew that her elder sister had always been bold, this time her boldness was really a little too much. Jun Shiju shook her head when she saw the doubt on her younger sister's face. She then comforted her, "Don't worry. GMO will win." Jun Lulu was stunned. "This elder sister Alu, where are we going?" Mo Ching Wu tilted her head. She had heard the names of GMO and the others, and had pricked up her ears. "We are going to the place you want to go." Jun Lulu gently smiled. "Your elder brothers are there." Mo Ching Wu's small face lit up with excitement. "Little Wu, but you have to think clearly. They won't be able to protect you if the Mo clan goes to ask for you if you're with them." Jun Shiju frowned. "They can't protect me." Mo Ching Wu had wholeheartedly rushed out. But she hadn't thought of this point. She couldn't help but feel somewhat perplexed as she heard this. "Yes, they can't protect you." Jun Lulu also sighed. "You are the daughter of the Mo clan after all. The Mo clan has a righteous reason to want you. But it would be taboo if they don't hand you over. Moreover, those people are second duke. They don't have any real power in their respective clans. So their clans won't offend a huge force like the Mo clan for them." Mo Ching Wu's complexion suddenly turned pale. These words were absolutely the truth. Mo Ching Wu believed that her brothers would protect her at all costs as long as she went there. But her brothers wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of her own clan if they were to step in. Moreover, the pressure from the other great clans would also be exerted on them. She would have implicated them if that happened. "Stay here with me," Jun Shiju insipidly said. "All the big clans will come to me in 3 days to ask for you. And I'll send them all the same. Get lost." Mo Ching Wu hesitated. Jun Shiju's words had a certain purpose. But she wasn't wrong at all. Her elder brothers wouldn't be able to protect her if this news were to leak out. So the only one who could protect her was, "I hope that you can stay here. First of all, we are both women. I can teach you some things. I can also help you gain experience in Jianghu. I can also shield you from all the storms. And I can also safely wait for your elder brother Chuyang." Jun Shiju insipidly said. She had made up her mind to help Mo Ching Wu, since she had heard that her clan had forced her to marry. This had nothing to do with benefits. As for the conjecture that her 3 Yin meridians had caused, it was only later. "I have to think about it." Mo Ching Wu frowned. She couldn't make up her mind. Jun Shiju faintly smiled. She didn't speak anymore. She knew that such a question and a choice in front of such a little girl was indeed somewhat profound. But Jun Shiju believed that Mo Ching Wu could understand it. She had her own plans for where to go from here. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for an 11-year-old girl to escape for 4,000 miles by herself. This required not only courage, but also wisdom. This seemingly delicate girl had already been tempered by her own clan, and had become unyielding in her bones. Jun Shiju was very appreciative of this. She also wanted to see how far this lovely girl could go if Mo Ching Wu accepted her teachings. Would she be stronger than me? A strange noise came from the front. It seemed that the procession had slowed down. "Minister Jun, the people of the Huang clan are hurrying ahead, but they are somewhat slow. Zhuiji has already sent people to make an exception. He wants them to get out of the way. A respectful voice reported from outside. Kill them all if they don't get out of the way within 3 breaths. June Shizhu didn't even lift her eyelids. She insipidly said, "Who would dare to block my way within 3 days?" "You still want to ask such a thing? Song Zhangwu, have you lost your mind?" Yes, this subordinate will do it right away." The voice outside quickly went away. It fiercely resounded from afar. "People of the Huang clan, listen up. Kill them all if they don't get out of the way within 3 breaths. 1, 2. Then a panic-stricken and shrill voice resounded. "Ah, how can you be so unreasonable?" A hideous smile was heard. "We are the reason. Motherfucker, you want to reason with the people of our dark bamboo. This is the first time I've encountered such a pervert. 3. Will you get out of the way?" Then a burst of chaotic sound was heard. It seemed that those people had been driven into the ditch. The speed of the dark bamboo's troops increased again. They whistled like a wild dragon. Mo Qing Wu couldn't help but lift the curtain of the carriage and look outside. She saw that there were cliffs on both sides of the road. Those people of the Huang clan were standing on the edge of the cliff with anger and humiliation written all over their faces. Their heels had even reached the edge of the cliff. They were standing perfectly straight. The muscles of their entire bodies were stretched tight. They were afraid that they would fall down. The cavalry of the dark bamboo swept past their faces in such an ostentatious manner. Their tongues were raised in the wind, and they were continuously slapping these people's bodies and faces. They were laughing wildly without any fear. Several screams resounded. It seemed that several people had been beaten down and had fallen down the cliff. However, no one dared to curse or rebel. Mo Qing Wu put down the curtain of the carriage and sighed. June Shizhu opened her eyes and looked at Mo Qing Wu. Then she slowly said, "See? Don't sigh. This is Jianghu." Elder sister status is the realm that the people of Jianghu strive for all their lives. She rubbed her eyebrows in a somewhat tired manner and said, "Therefore, everyone wants strength. Everyone wants to become stronger. The strong don't need sympathy in this world, and the weak don't deserve sympathy." June Shizhu slowly said, "Therefore, sympathy is useless in this world. Either you let him bully you even more, or you bully him to make him submit to you and be afraid of you. It's really cruel." Mo Qing Wu gently sighed. Her bright and beautiful eyes seemed to be contemplating something. "The ancients said that it's difficult to achieve great things if you're soft-hearted. They're talking about us women," June Shizhu coldly said. "But I, June Shizhu, refuse to accept this. Why do women give people such an impression? Soft-hearted? It's ridiculous. Are we women born to be looked down upon? What kind of shameful statement is this? There are so many men in the world who are unnecessarily benevolent. The so-called benevolence and righteousness are made up by men. The so-called etiquette and morality are also made up by men. Why do women have to bear this evil reputation?" June Shizhu coldly said, "I want the men of the world to see that we women can also make the world tremble. Therefore, I, June Shizhu, am a woman. But I want to intimidate the 3 heavens with an iron fist. I want to suppress the underworld of the 3 heavens with my power. The dark bamboo command will make all heroes bow their heads." A cold light flashed in June Shizhu's eyes as she continued, "I want these stinky men to see that we so-called weak women are kneeling in front of them." Women, men. Mo Qing Wu suddenly trembled with excitement. It had to be said that June Shizhu's words were undoubtedly extremely powerful in inciting women. It was simply overturning rivers and seas, turning heaven and earth upside down. Mo Qing Wu's blood was boiling in her heart. She wanted to say, "I also want to do this." However, she suddenly became discouraged after she thought about it. She rolled her eyes for a moment and suddenly said, "About this, I want to ask my elder brother Chuyang." Jun Shiju was dumbfounded. "And I want to ask elder brother Chuyang about those things you just said." Mo Ching Wu's big eyes flickered as she looked at Jun Shiju. She then resolutely said. Jun Shiju choked and coughed repeatedly. She had almost spurted out a mouthful of blood because of these two sentences. She had never expected that this little girl's impassioned expression would change, and her blood would boil for a long time. Then, she would come out with such a weak and useless sentence. Fourth update. It's finally finished. The speed is a bit slow. Please understand. No one can understand my helplessness and powerlessness I felt when I was overtaken at the last moment after my breakthrough for a month. And I couldn't do anything about it. Such a thing is too cruel for me. I've written this update, and I've revised it twice. I wanted to wait until midnight to post it, so I could conveniently ask for a guaranteed monthly vote. But everyone would have had to wait an hour with me if that had happened. Hee. So I posted it immediately. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brothers and sisters who waited until midnight to cast their monthly votes. But I wish you a good dream. Chapter 437. These words were Jun Shiju's sharpest weapon to subdue all the ordinary female soldiers under her command. Basically, as long as it was a woman, upon hearing these words, they would immediately go wild. She was about to guide Mo Qingwu in this direction. But she hadn't expected that her brilliant plan, which had worked 100 times on all the women, would fail on this little girl. How could she not be depressed? Jun Lu giggled on one side. Jun Lu couldn't help but feel angry when she saw that her elder sister's persuasive words had failed in front of a little girl. It's my fault. Jun Shiju looked disappointed. You're just a little girl. You're not a woman. You don't understand these things. Mo Qingwu innocently and cutely smiled. I'll do whatever brother Chuyang knows. Jun Shiju heaved a long sigh. She was at her wit's end. She didn't know what to say. So she closed her eyes tightly. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm depressed. I don't know what great ability your brother Chuyang has. He has made such a little girl so infatuated with him. The wheels were rolling, and the sound of the horses' hooves was echoing. They were getting closer and closer to Mt. Dingjun. Shiju closed her eyes. Her thoughts had already drifted to another direction. Ice and snow wilderness, level spirit beast. Will I advance further if I refine the inner core of a spirit beast? Jun Lu thought. Brother Yu is at Mt. Dingjun right now. He must be having a good time. This guy hasn't written a letter for such a long time. I'll teach him a lesson when I see him. Mo Qingwu thought. Brother Chuyang, come quickly. I miss you, boo-hoo. I don't have my saber. I also left my scabbard at home. Little Wu is so pitiful, boo-hoo. Lower three heavens, Tai Longqing, and Wu Kuangyin were still fighting in the north and south. Iron Cloud Nation's territory was getting bigger and bigger. Iron Cloud Citadel was also jubilant. The government affairs were also on track. Butian Pavilion had become a unique symbol of Iron Cloud Citadel after its expansion. Inside King of Hell Chu's secret chamber, Wu Qianqian was wearing a black robe. She had a strict bearing and a golden mask on her face. She was looking at official documents. The secret door in the innermost part of the chamber gently moved. Then it slowly slid open. A bright yellow figure slowly appeared and walked in. You've come. Wu Qianqian asked in a soft voice. Yes. Tai Butian's robes were still very loose. She walked over and sat down opposite Wu Qianqian. She stared at that golden mask in a daze, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. How is it? Do you feel anything? Wu Qianqian stood up and walked over to Tai Butian in a curious manner. It's only been 2 months. What can I feel? Tai Butian rolled her eyes at her and said, I read in the book that it takes at least 5 months to feel him move. So late. Wu Qianqian's pretty eyes widened in surprise. However, I can feel that he's growing day by day. Tai Butian smiled, her hand gently stroking her lower abdomen. His face was filled with gentleness. Let me touch. Wu Qianqian moved closer. She was just about to reach out her hand when she felt that the mask on her face was getting in the way. So, she reached out to take it off. Don't. Tai Butian grabbed her hand and pleaded, Chu, don't take off your mask. If you don't take off your mask, you'll be my Chu. If you take off your mask, I won't even have any fantasies. Looking at Tai Butian's pleading eyes, Wu Qianqian was suddenly stunned. She was stunned for a long time. Then, her eyes finally came back to life. She reached out and gently stroked Tai Butian's face. She said gently, Love Ghost, it's been hard on you. Her voice had become Chu Yang's voice. Tai Butian's body trembled. She closed her eyes and gently grabbed that hand. She pressed it against her face and listened to this familiar voice. It was a voice that had appeared in her dreams so many times. Her face was filled with tranquility and happiness. She said gently, It's not hard for me to bear children for Chu. Her voice was as affectionate as the sea. It revealed her persistence and no regrets. However, it seemed a little empty, as if she had traveled through time and space to say this to her beloved who had already left. The atmosphere in the secret chamber seemed to have suddenly frozen. After a long time, Wu Qianqian wiped her eyes and said, There's something that I'm considering whether to let you know. What is it? Tai Butian saw that she had regained her voice, and a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. This piece of information, take a look. Wu Qianqian took out a thin piece of paper from the file. Tai Butian looked at it and couldn't help but tremble violently. Tears flowed down her cheeks. There were only a few sentences on it. Minister, outside the Beyond the Heavens sect, a strange thing suddenly happened on the burning stone wall. The entire mountain wall was flattened by someone. 5 words were carved on it. Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian. Other than that, there was no other trace, but Tai Butian was already stunned. Grandson Tian. Little Tian Tian. Tai Butian murmured. Her eyes were in a mess. That day, Chu Yang was standing in front of her in a daze. That day, Chu Yang let out a long breath. He asked in a hoarse voice, What is her name? Name? Tai Butian took a long breath. She felt that her eyes were a little moist. She said in a low voice, I also don't know her surname. I only know that she was called Tian Tian. She said that her father doted on her very much. He always called her Little Tian Tian. Tian? Little Tian's son. Chu Yang's voice was very low. It was hard to tell what kind of emotion was surging in his chest. Hearing Chu Yang call out this familiar name, Tai Butian's heart suddenly ached. She felt that tears were brewing in her eyes. Little Tian Tian. Chu Yang smiled miserably and said, I didn't expect that I, Chu Yang, would owe such a debt of love. Where is she buried? Chu Yang took in a deep breath. I will leave early tomorrow morning. I will go to the Beyond the Heavens sect first to see little Tian Tian, who gave up everything for me. Tai Butian's body was on the verge of collapsing. A look of extreme bliss suddenly appeared in her eyes. She felt dizzy and murmured, I want to go and take a look. I want to go and take a look at those words. She bit her lip happily and raised her face. That is my man who carved my name. I want to go now. Wu Qianqian bit her lip and looked at Tai Butian with extreme envy. Her eyes were full of happiness. She only felt endless bitterness in her heart. She has it. She has everything. She has your child. Her name is written by you and the empire you built for her. As for me, I have nothing. I don't even have myself. I have become a substitute, and I have to take care of your woman and your child for you. Can't you give me some memories as well? It has been so long. You haven't even hugged me. I am so envious of you, do you know? Tai Butian had already stood up. At this moment, she seemed to have regained the majesty of an emperor. She took a few steps out of the door and said indifferently, passed down the order. Prepare the carriage and leave the palace. She didn't even have any scruples that she came from the underground. She shouldn't have appeared here at this moment. After Tai Butian walked out, Wu Qianqian stood there in a daze for a while. The huge secret chamber suddenly felt empty, but it also seemed very crowded, because it was filled with someone's shadow. It was full. Here, Chuyang used to lie down and sleep. Here, Chuyang used to read books. Here, Chuyang used to frown and pace back and forth. Here, that black robe. Wu Qianqian's tears couldn't help but fall down. Stroking the black robe on her body, Wu Qianqian's eyes revealed a faint satisfaction. She softly murmured, Chuyang, perhaps you don't know. As long as you wear the black robe for a day, I will always be by your side, until the upper 3 heavens. Then she stood up and wiped the tears from her eyes. She took a few deep breaths and then slowly walked out. Dressed in a black robe, she looked gloomy and cold. Her eyes were sharp and cold. Her killing intent was overflowing. 10,000 horses galloped at the sound of an emperor's command. A troop was walking on the main road. Their yellow flags were fluttering in the wind. A golden dragon was flying on the flags. In a few days they had already arrived at the cliff outside beyond the Heaven Sect. Tai Butian stepped out of the imperial carriage and stood at the bottom of the cliff. She raised her head for a long time and looked at the 5 words carved by Chu Yang's sword on the cliff. For a moment, huge waves were rolling in her heart. Her emotions fluctuated. She wanted to cry out loud, but also wanted to smile happily. The bitterness and longing in her heart seemed to be entangled at this moment and brewed into a cup of intoxicating wine. Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings rushed into her heart at this moment. The first time she saw Chuyang, he was like an immortal in front of thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. But their eyes met miraculously. The second time was at Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion. She turned into a young girl and went to see his sword. The third time was at the lakeside pavilion outside Butian Pavilion with Chuyang and poured out her heart. Scenes of the past rushed into her mind like smoke and clouds. Tai Butian stood in disappointment and frustration. That night, Chuyang was seriously injured, suffering from the aphrodisiac, and was unconscious. Tai Butian didn't hesitate to use her virgin body to help him get rid of the poison. Who would know how shameful that was for a woman? That was what kind of sacrifice? But I have no regrets. Tai Butian thought silently. She just stood there. Her bright yellow robe fluttered in the wind. She was like a statue, motionless. Chuyang, do you know that Tian Tian is me? I am Tian Tian, your little Tian Tian. It turns out that the words Tian Tian written by your hand are so beautiful. Behind her, Wu Qianqian was wearing a black robe. She looked gloomy and terrifying. Her golden mask looked ferocious and terrifying. She was also looking up at the words on the stone wall. Her eyes were filled with deep envy. The army was quietly stationed in the distance. A gust of wind blew, and the sleeves of the 2 people fluttered. In the rolling yellow sand, they looked so lonely. It was as if there were only these 2 people in the world. Everyone who saw this scene felt a kind of heartfelt loneliness. It was as if lightning had struck their hearts in an instant. A kind of desolate feeling arose spontaneously. At this moment, 2 people were watching the scene from the top of the mountain. Both of them were slim and graceful. One of them was wearing a black veil, while the other was wearing a white veil. Chapter 438. The white-veiled woman was also happy. She said, "What a coincidence! Then, I will have to trouble you, master." The black-masked woman looked at her with hatred. Then, she sighed and floated down the mountain. She said, while walking, "This junior sister of yours has a better constitution than you. You have the jade-bone physique, and she has the exquisite ice-heart physique." Exquisite icy heart? The white-veiled woman's delicate body trembled. She said happily, "Congratulations, master." The black-veiled woman snorted and said, "Your icy heart, jade-bone divine technique had reached a critical point 20 years ago. You would have reached a higher level if you'd taken one more step. But you were so infatuated with Chu Feiling that you lost your virginity. You've destroyed my lifelong dream. I hate you to the core. I'm also extremely heartbroken. I've wanted to kill you several times with my palms. Unfortunately, I couldn't bear to do it because of the deep affection between master and disciple." The white-veiled woman trembled and said, "I failed to live up to master's expectations. I deserve to die. Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Why are you still talking about it?" The black-veiled woman sighed and said, "I felt as if a knife had been twisted in my heart on the day of your wedding. I only sent someone to deliver a congratulatory gift. But I didn't congratulate you personally. Instead, I traveled alone. I arrived in the lower 3 heavens that day. It happened to coincide with the birth of the Iron Cloud Monarch. The entire nation was celebrating. It was very lively. I was very quiet, so I went to take a look. But I accidentally discovered that the monarch in swaddling clothes turned out to be a girl. Moreover, she had the exquisite icy heart physique. I was overjoyed." The black-veiled woman's tone still carried a trace of relief as she said this. "That's because of master's insight. It's also because of little junior sister's good fortune. Moreover, the heaven wants to compensate master." The white-veiled woman said sincerely, "Fortunately, master found little junior's sister. Otherwise, this disciple would have inevitably felt guilty for the rest of her life." "Humph, you're good with words. You made me happy in those days. But didn't you run away with him in the end?" The black-veiled woman snorted and said, "But the Iron Cloud Monarch raised this one as a monarch. That's because he gave birth to daughters one after another. When it came to this little girl, she finally felt some despair and began to prepare for a rainy day. At that time, I went to find the king and showed him some of my skills. Then, I took this little girl under my wing." The black-masked woman let out a sigh of relief. The black-masked woman let out a sigh of relief. Master has also put in a lot of effort for junior sister. The white-masked woman couldn't help but feel excited. Once the unfathomable illusory jade was worn, even a supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to see through its depth. It had always been master's personal treasure. It was hard to find a second one in the entire heavenly layer. Master was actually willing to give such a treasure to junior sister. Moreover, I didn't hesitate to go against my usual style of doing things in order to guard against the unexpected. I secretly destroyed the fertility of the Iron Cloud Monarch, Tai Shi-chung. The black-masked woman said in a somewhat guilty manner. "Ah, master." The white-masked woman's delicate body trembled. She looked at her master in disbelief. Tian Tian is the only heir in this way. Moreover, she has the illusory jade. Moreover, she is a member of the imperial family. She lives in the depths of the palace. She can't come in contact with many men. So, I don't have to worry about her having any emotional entanglements." The black-masked woman heaved a deep sigh and said, "But I've let down the Iron Cloud Monarch in this matter." The white-masked woman remained silent. She thought, "How can you say that I'm sorry? You've made him unable to have any descendants." The 2 of them had already floated down the mountain while they were talking. The black-masked woman exclaimed in surprise and said, "It's really that child. But why is this silly child standing there in a daze? The white-masked woman looked in the direction of the voice. She saw two people standing alone in the middle of the army's protection. They were looking up in a trance. They were quietly motionless. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They flew up at the same time and landed in that direction. "Who are you?" The guard shouted. "Protect the emperor!" The magnificent army drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Countless experts swiftly leapt out. Two shadows appeared like ghosts. They looked at the two silhouettes. Then their bodies suddenly shook, and they shouted, "Don't shoot the arrows! They're on our side." Tai Butian also saw those two silhouettes at the same time. An extremely complicated look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Then she calmed down. She slowly raised her hand and shouted, "Don't shoot the arrows!" The three armies immediately stopped moving. The experts who had already leapt up also descended in a grandiose manner. The two women arrived in front of Tai Butian in the blink of an eye. The black-masked woman looked at Tai Butian, and a gratified look appeared in her eyes. She nodded and said, "Tian Tian, how are you?" "Master." Tai Butian was about to step forward to greet her. "Go to your camp. There are too many people here. After all, you still have to maintain the emperor's prestige," the black-masked woman said in a very considerate manner. "Yes." The four people arrived at the camp and strictly ordered that no one was allowed to enter. The two shadows stood guard outside with worried looks on their faces. Wu Qian wanted to stay. She knew that Tai Butian was in an extremely dangerous situation. But she was asked to leave by Tai Butian. Master would be furious if she came to know about this matter. Wu Qian would inevitably be implicated if she stayed here. "Master, you haven't come here for a long time." Tai Butian personally went to brew tea and brought it over. "I missed you, so I came to see you." The black-masked woman smiled and said, "Besides, your senior sister also needs your help with something." "Ah, this is my senior sister?" Tai Butian looked at the white-masked woman and hurriedly bowed. "Hello, junior sister." The white-masked woman quickly helped her up and said in a cordial manner, "My name is Yang Ruolan. You can call me Sister Lan or Senior Sister." "Ha! We don't have so many formalities between us sisters." "Yes, thank you, Senior Sister." "Why are you thanking me?" "I want to thank you for inheriting Master's mantle and fulfilling her wish," Yang Ruolan said with a smile. Tai Butian repeatedly promised, but she had a guilty conscience. So she couldn't help but feel somewhat at a loss. "Take off the illusory jade. Let me see how far your cultivation has progressed," the black-masked woman kindly said. "You must have reached my requirements by now with your aptitude and hard work." "Ha!" Tai Butian was startled. She suddenly knelt down after a long while and said, "Master, please forgive me." "Little brother, what's the matter?" The black-masked woman was startled. Then she slowly seemed to have realized something. The smile on her face slowly disappeared, and she said in a deep voice, "What's the matter? What crime have you committed?" Tai Butian steeled her heart and took off the illusory jade. She then lowered her head and stood in front of the black-masked woman. Her beautiful hair was like clouds, and her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks were like peach blossoms. She had a graceful bearing and a peerless talent. She was indeed a stunning beauty. Yang Ruolan was about to praise her, but she suddenly seemed to have discovered something. She opened her small mouth and nearly exclaimed out loud. So she hastily covered her mouth with her hands. However, the black-masked woman fiercely stood up with a bang sound. Her chair overturned with a bang sound and fell to the ground. She had overturned the chair with her cultivation, so it could be seen how shocked her heart was. "What's the matter?" the black-masked woman asked word by word. The black veil covering her face silently turned into dust. A burst of murderous aura swept across the entire mountain range of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Tens of thousands of soldiers were outside. Everyone was trembling with fear. Their hearts were beating like drums. They felt as if the weather had changed from a hot summer to a cold winter in an instant. Master, Tai Butian knelt on the ground and said in an aggrieved manner, "Don't call me master." The black-masked woman roared. Her voice condensed like a thunderclap, but it didn't sound very loud inside the tent. Then the sound waves rushed out of the tent and exploded with a bang. The horses closest to the tent neighed miserably and fell to the ground. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They had died. Hundreds of guards who were guarding the imperial tent spouted blood from their 7 orifices and fell down softly. Even the bodies of the 2 shadows trembled, and their faces turned pale. "Master, calm down." Yang Ruolan worriedly looked at Tai Butian. Then she hastily stepped forward to mediate. The black veil covering the black-masked woman's face had been shattered, and a charming face was exposed. There were wrinkles on her face, but they weren't obvious. This face was usually calm and composed. Moreover, it was very amiable and graceful, but it was covered with frost at this moment. It was filled with an awe-inspiring, murderous aura. A kind of irrepressible anger had shrouded her entire body. Your eyebrows are scattered. Your skin is stretched. Your waist and buttocks have changed positions. It's obvious that you're no longer a virgin. The black-masked woman lowered her voice. She gritted her teeth and said, "Icy heart, jade bone. Icy heart, jade bone. Where's the icy heart after being tainted? How can it still exist?" Tai Butian's entire body trembled. She couldn't speak. "Who did this?" The black-masked woman shouted in a stern voice. "Master." Tai Butian repeatedly kowtowed. "Please forgive me. Forgive you." The black-masked woman's body flashed, and she suddenly grabbed Tai Butian's wrist. She put 2 fingers on Tai Butian's wrist. Then she looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Her voice was mournful. "Good, good. That's great. That's great. I, Icy Heart Immortal Melon Macienne, have received a good disciple. She's practicing the Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique, and she's even pregnant with a vile spawn." Yang Ruolan's delicate body shook fiercely. She looked at Tai Butian in disbelief. She had never dreamed that this little junior sister would be so bold. She was even fiercer than herself back then. Not only did she break the Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique, but she was also pregnant with a child. Whose vile spawn is this? Lan Meixian's graceful face had become distorted. She asked ferociously. Tai Butian shut her mouth. "Whose child?" Lan Meixian was furious. "Who took your virginity?" "It's—" Tai Butian clenched her teeth. She suddenly kowtowed twice. Then she raised her head and said with a firm expression, "Master, you don't need to ask. This is my man's child. I only ask Master to spare my life for the time being on account of our past relationship. I am willing to be at Master's disposal when the child is born." "You're still refusing to speak?" Lan Meixian was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down violently. A violent, murderous intention flashed in her eyes. She said in a stern voice, "Do you think that I won't dare to kill you? I'll kill you now." She straightened her palm, and a murderous aura surged out. Then she chopped down towards Tai Butian's head like lightning. A tragic cry for help. The monthly votes were getting closer and closer. 2 great gods were pouncing on each other. Their chrysanthemums were in danger. Moreover, one of them was the evil Chrysanthemum Gate. This is too dangerous. I beg for monthly votes. Defend our purity. Chapter 439. The wind from her palm pierced through the air and issued a whooshing sound. Then, a faint white smoke spread in the air. Tai Butian closed her eyes. Her hands were tightly clutching her lower abdomen. A trace of reluctance and guilt flashed across her face. 2 lines of tears slowly slid down her face. "Chuyang, I can't protect our child. Master!" Yang Ruolan had experienced such a thing once. So, she obviously knew how furious her master was. So, she was prepared. She hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Lan Meixian's palm with her hands. At the same time, she kicked Tai Butian's body and her body slid away. "Please be merciful." Yang Ruolan had the time to say these words at this time. Lan Meixian raised her leg and kicked Yang Ruolan away. Then she said in a stern voice, "You don't have the qualifications to persuade me to be merciful." She smiled bitterly and said, "I've had 2 younger brothers in my life. The first one lost her virginity before marriage. Her icy heart, jade bone divine technique was abandoned halfway. Now, the second one is pregnant before marriage. Moreover, this is the hope of my entire life. Now, it has turned into a bubble." Lan Meixian felt suffocated as she spoke. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound. She said fiercely, "How can I vent the hatred in my heart if I don't kill you?" "Master, you have to ask about the course of events even if you want to punish me. Perhaps junior sister is also a victim. She was forced." Yang Ruolan didn't have enough time to stop her. She shouted with all her strength. "Huh." This sentence cleared Lan Meixian's mind. She stopped her actions and looked at Tai Butian. "What's going on?" "Master." Tai Butian took a deep breath. Then she raised her face and said, "I did it willingly. Fuck!" Lan Meixian was furious. "What's so good about those stinky men? Why? Why are you all like this again and again?" She was so sad and indignant that she couldn't speak. Even her fingers were trembling. "Junior sister, what's going on?" Yang Ruolan walked to Tai Butian's side and asked in a soft voice. Tai Butian lowered her head. She hesitated for a long time. She felt Yang Ruolan's kindness. Then she said in a low voice, "My man, the man whom I deeply loved, he was poisoned by the lust dragon's poison. And at that time, I was the only one by his side. The poison of the lust dragon." Yang Ruolan and Lan Meixian cried out in alarm at the same time. "I didn't expect that I would have a child with that one time, but I don't regret it. Instead, I'm very satisfied." Tai Butian lowered his head, but his voice was very resolute. "I know that I've let Master down. I feel very guilty for letting Master down, but..." She raised her head, looked at Lan Meixian, and said in a soft voice, "Master, please forgive this younger brother. I would have still saved him if this matter were to happen again. Moreover, I would have never let another woman be by his side." Tears were dripping down her beautiful face. She blushed as she talked about this matter. However, she didn't hesitate to speak the words from the bottom of her heart. Alas! Lan Meixian let out a long sigh. He closed his eyes, and his entire being seemed to have aged by several decades in an instant. She was born in a big family. Due to her exceptional talent, she was taken in as a younger brother by an extraordinary person. From then on, she spent her entire life cultivating the icy heart, jade bone divine technique. However, due to her limited talent, she couldn't break through the last layer no matter how hard she tried. She had reached this bottleneck 40 years ago, but she couldn't break through it. She knew that her life would end here. So, she accepted Yang Ruolan as her successor. But she hadn't expected that Yang Ruolan would fall deeply in love with Chu Feiling when she had grown up and was about to reach a higher level in her cultivation technique. Lan Meixian valued the inheritance, but she also understood her younger brother's difficulties. After all, not every woman could endure being single for a lifetime. So, She let Yang Ruolan return to the clan to get married. She was depressed and came out to relieve her boredom. But she met Tai Batian. So, she had the thought of accepting a disciple, but she hadn't expected that Tai Batian would also be like this, and walk on the same path as her younger brother. She was disheartened. Her disciple's lover was infected with an aphrodisiac. Moreover, it was the most overbearing poison of the lust dragon. How could her disciple look on helplessly as her lover died? Lan Meixian knew that she couldn't do such a thing. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? After a long time, she said sadly, "Get up. I'm unlucky and unlucky. I can't accept two rich disciples like you." When she said this, she had also thought it through. Since things had come to this, what else could she say? What was the use of saying anything? So what if she killed Tai Batian? Moreover, one corpse had two lives. "Thank you, master." "I'm sorry. Tai Batian kowtowed twice in gratitude. She couldn't help but feel even more guilty when she thought of how her master's lifelong dream had been destroyed by her own hands, and how she had forgiven her just like that. Seeing her master's miserable look, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. This was the first time Yang Ruolan had seen Tai Batian. But after putting herself in her master's shoes, she knew that if Tai Batian was killed by her master's palm in a fit of rage, her master would probably be depressed for the rest of her life and be plagued by inner demons. After all, the fetus was innocent. Yang Ruolan had lost her child before, and she was still brooding about it. How could she not understand the feelings a mother had for her child? That was something that no treasure in the world could replace. "Sigh, it's just that you're in a difficult situation now." Lan Meixian sighed. She suppressed the disappointment in her heart and said, "You're the emperor now, and that man can only be in the dark." "But you're pregnant she thought over and over again, and felt that her disciple was in a difficult situation. "Where's that man?" The wrinkles on Lan Meixian's face seemed to pile up at this moment. She waved her hand weakly and said, "Call him here. I'll teach him a good lesson. You've done so much for him. I can't let you down no matter what. Otherwise, I swear that I'll kill him even if the heavens protect him." "That man." Tai Batian looked at her master blankly. She felt sad, guilty, and terrified in her heart. She stammered, "What's wrong with him?" Lan Meixian snorted, "Don't worry. How can I be interested in attacking him since I've already forgiven you? He's not here." Tai Batian said with great effort, "Huh." Lan Meixian wrinkled her brows and snorted in displeasure. "He's really not here." He's already left," Tai Batian said. "Left? Where did he go?" Lan Meixian was displeased. She said, "Doesn't he know that his woman is here? And his woman is going to give birth to his child? How can he leave at this time?" Yang Ruolan was also somewhat dissatisfied in her heart. How can there be such an irresponsible man? Such a man is simply a bastard. Tai Batian stammered. She didn't know what to say. She finally squeezed out a sentence. "Master, please don't ask. I did everything willingly. Don't ask." Lan Meixian snorted. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She then raised her voice and said, "Shadows, you two come in." Tai Butian's complexion turned deathly pale. "Shadows can't hide anything from master." The two shadows heard the sound and walked in. They heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that Tai Batian was safe and sound. "Do you know about this matter?" Lan Meixian pointed her chin at Tai Batian and said in a dense voice, "Don't tell me that you don't know what I'm talking about." The two shadows were left at a loss for words. They hadn't expected that she would ask them about such a troublesome matter. The two of them owed Chu Yang a big favor. How could they betray him? "Huh." Lan Meixian snorted dangerously. She was about to raise her head in anger again. "Today is very strange. My disciple has disobeyed my order. There's a reason for it. It's pardonable. But I didn't expect that these two guys would also want to disobey my order. This, Shadow broke out in cold sweat and said, Ancestor, we don't know much about this matter. Speak. Lan Mei was burning with anger. She slammed the table. An entire tent jumped along with her. Master, let me speak. Tai Butian knew that this matter couldn't be concealed. She saw that Shadow was in a difficult position. So, she stood up and said calmly. Everyone's gaze turned towards her. His surname is Chu. His name is Chu Yang, Tai Butian said in a soft voice. Yang Ruolan's expression shook. His surname is Chu. Tai Butian cleared her thoughts. Then, she spoke from the beginning of Chu Yang's entry into Iron Cloud Citadel. She spoke all the way until Chu Yang defeated the Golden Horse Riders Department. Then she floated away after that. So he still doesn't know? Lan Mei was really shocked this time. Her disciple had sacrificed everything. Moreover, she was waiting to give birth to his child without any complaints or regrets. But the instigator of all this had left without knowing anything. I'm really... Lan Mei looked at Tai Butian with resentment. I have lived for 358 years, but this is the first time I have seen such a silly girl like you. You're stupid to the extreme. Master, I also want to be with him, but I'm the Iron Cloud Monarch. We're not destined to be together, and he has another love in his heart. Brother. Tai Butian lowered her head and didn't speak when she saw Lan Mei ice-cold gaze. Humph, another love? Lan Mei snorted and said, King of Hell Chu. Humph, what a good king of Hell Chu. He didn't abandon me. Tai Butian weakly tried to defend herself. You're still stupid. How stupid can you be before you give up? Lan Mei was extremely angry. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense mist in the air. A cloud of faint mist slowly condensed in front of Yang Ruolan and turned into a few words. Lan Mei snorted. She was so angry that she felt dizzy. Yang Ruolan, you're good. The icy heart, Jade Bone, was crippled. But you turned the crippled icy heart, Jade Bone, into the heaven and earth, two minds connection. You've thoroughly eliminated the power of the icy heart, Jade Bone. You're good. You're very good. You're worthy of being called my good disciple. Yang Ruolan's complexion suddenly became awkward. Chapter 440. Huh, found it? So fast? Lan Mei frowned. There were only 2 lines of words. The mysterious Yang Jade Core has been found. Come back quickly. Great, I found it. Father-in-law is safe now. Yang Ruolan clapped her hands happily, but she immediately frowned. But why did you ask me to go back in such a hurry? However, no one else was infected by her joyful mood. The tent was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Lan Mei felt as if her heart had died. Such a blow was simply too cruel to her. Forget it, do as you wish. Lan Mei listlessly said, I was wrong. Well, it seems that this icy heart, Jade Bone divine technique will end here. I don't want to suffer a third blow. Forget it. Everything is over. Tai Butian and Yang Ruolan felt extremely guilty. This phantom jade, please take it back, master, Tai Butian bowed. She respectfully held the phantom jade in her palm and handed it over to Lan Mei Lan Mei looked at Feng Butian with a complicated expression in her eyes. She finally heaved a long sigh. She had taken this younger brother as her disciple when she was still an infant. She had stayed for 3 years to build her foundation and unblock her meridians. Afterwards, she had come down every year to take a look, and she had stayed for a period of time every time. She had only come down a few times recently when she needed to break through the bottleneck on her own. It could be said that she had left her own footprints in every period of her younger brother's growth. She had been babbling since she was young. So, how could she just be a mere disciple in her heart? She had practiced the icy heart, jade bone divine technique. She had never had any children in her life, but she had still taught Tai Butian as if she were her own daughter. She had spent a lot of effort on this. She sat still and thought about her worries in a daze for a long time. Then she slowly stood up, walked to Tai Butian, and said in a gentle voice, "Forget it. You're still the ruler of a nation. So, I'll give this to you if you need it. I don't have much use for it if I keep it." She took it and hung it around Tai Butian's neck. Tears streamed down Tai Butian's face. She was sobbing so hard that she couldn't make a sound. She whimpered, "Teacher." Then she threw herself into her teacher's arms and hugged her tightly. Lan Meixian tidied up the jade tablet for her. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she said with a smile, "Silly child. Silly girl. I really don't know how you're going to live your life. Sigh." Suddenly he was startled and asked, "What is this?" However, Lan Meixian suddenly smelled a very subtle but extremely pure medicinal fragrance at this moment, and her heart suddenly turned pale with fright. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, a 500 kilograms purple crystal jade bottle jumped out from Tai Butian's bosom. Lan Meixian's complexion changed as she looked at the tightly sealed purple crystal bottle, but it was still able to emit such a subtle medicinal fragrance. She waved her hand and said, "You guys go out first." 2 figures came out at the sound. Lan Meixian's expression was solemn. She slowly unscrewed the lid of the bottle. She had unscrewed it halfway when the medicinal efficacies gushed out. She sniffed it and immediately took 2 steps back. She looked at the purple crystal bottle in her hand in disbelief. Then she closed the lid of the bottle at lightning speed and held it tightly in her hand. Her entire body trembled as she pleaded, "Who gave this to you?" Her eyes were so sharp and bright that it was almost frightening when she said this. It's a strange person, because I helped him once, saved his life." Tai Butian saw her master's frightening eyes. So, she subconsciously hid Chu Yang's identity. "Strange person? What kind of strange person?" Lan Meixian pressed on. "He's ever-changing. I don't know his real appearance." Tai Butian was even more apprehensive. "You should thank him properly." Lan Meixian stared at her for a while. Then she heaved a long sigh. Then she smiled. It was obvious that Tai Butian didn't want to talk about it. But Lan Meixian easily let go of this topic. Instead, she smiled meaningfully. She returned the purple crystal bottle to Tai Butian. Then she chuckled. The more she laughed, the happier she became. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Yang Ruolan and Tai Butian asked in fear. Could it be that their master couldn't bear such a blow? So she lost her mind? I'm laughing. I'm laughing because you've profited from a disaster." Lan Meixian laughed happily. She was beaming with joy. She was in high spirits. Yang Ruolan and Tai Butian were flabbergasted. They couldn't understand why their master had suddenly become so happy when she had been disheartened a moment ago. What's the reason behind this? Then Lan Meixian smiled happily and said, Tian, you're going to give birth in 8 months, right?" "Yes." Tai Butian lowered her head with a red face. "Ha, good." Lan Meixian laughed heartily and said, "Your senior sister and I will come to congratulate you when the time comes. We also have an important matter to attend to at the same time." She solemnly looked at Tai Butian. "You must remember this. Your icy heart, jade bone divine technique is crippled. But you mustn't disperse the power of the icy heart. This matter concerns your entire life. So you must remember these words of mine." She had spoken these words one by one. In fact, she had become extremely solemn. Tai Butian was puzzled, but she still obediently agreed and said, "Yes, I will be waiting for Master and Senior Sister when the time comes." It's inappropriate. Lan Meisien paced a few steps and said, "This matter is of great importance." So, it's difficult to guarantee that a silly girl like you will do something stupid if I go back. Then, everything will come to an end. So I won't go back. I'll stay behind to look after you. Tai Butian and Yang Ruolan looked at each other in dismay. They were dumbfounded. "Ruolan, I won't go back with you this time. You must be careful on the way back." Lan Meisien made up her mind and said to Yang Ruolan, "Yes, in addition, Chang Tung of the upper three heavens, let's put aside this matter for the time being. First," Lan Meisien humphed, "the ominous saber heart has suffered some losses. It doesn't matter." Yang Ruolan felt her heart beating wildly. "Some losses? Master has spread out 10,000 purple crystals over there. Moreover, it's already at the final juncture. 10,000 purple crystals will be gone if the husband dies. This is almost equivalent to the sum of all the treasures of a small clan in the upper three heavens. Master said that she doesn't want them. So she doesn't want them? It must be known that there are still 8 months between Tai Butian's pregnancy and delivery. Lan Meisien can go back and forth more than 10 times during this period of time. So she won't delay anything. But she wants to give up waiting for Tai Butian to deliver? It's too strange." Yang Ruolan was about to ask when she heard a voice as soft as a mosquito's, condensing sound into a line. "Ruolan, pass by the upper three heavens on your way back. Teach that king of hell Chu a lesson while you're at it. It's okay to cripple him as long as you don't kill him." It was Lan Meisien's voice. He dared to abandon my disciple. I won't let him off easily. Yang Ruolan's lips moved. She didn't have the ability to condense sound into a line like her master. She looked sideways at Tai Butian's lower abdomen. "Don't tell him. Wait for me to settle this account with him personally." Lan Meisien snorted coldly. "Keep that bastard alive. Don't let him disturb your junior sister's state of mind for the time being." She paused for a moment and then said, "Don't let your junior sister know about this." Yang Ruolan nodded. She was also ruthless in her heart. That bastard left so irresponsibly. His crime is unforgivable. I'll teach him a lesson even if Master doesn't tell me. This storm has disappeared. Lan Meisien followed Tai Butian back to the palace. It seemed that she had made up her mind to stay by Tai Butian's side. It was as if in her heart nothing was more important than her little disciple, whose cultivation had been crippled. Even Tai Butian was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Chu Yang was approaching Mt. Dingjun now. Mt. Dingjun looked like a huge stone bench from afar. It was a towering mountain peak, but it seemed as if it had been cut in half by someone's saber. There was a huge platform thousands of feet above such a huge mountain. The upper half of the mountain had disappeared without a trace. Legend has it that Supreme Martial Artist Chin Fong and Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yin had fought on this Mt. Dingjun a long time ago. Supreme Martial Artist Chan Fong got excited during the fight. He used all of his strength to form a saber and chopped it down. Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yin rushed to the sky to dodge. The saber energy spread everywhere and destroyed the upper half of Mt. Dingjun. The lower half of the mountain is now the rocky plain at the foot of Mt. Dingjun. GMO stood at the foot of the mountain. He looked at Mt. Dingjun and said with infinite reverence, "Mt. Dingjun has also become like this. The top of the mountain is as smooth as a mirror. The people of the later generations tidied it up a little. Then it became a natural arena for duels on all sides." Chu Yang looked at Mt. Dingjun and thought of the battle back then. He thought of the earth-shattering battle between the two supreme martial artists. They had destroyed a huge mountain with a single saber strike. Such a powerful force had fascinated him. Of course, this is only a legend. GMO smiled. No one knows whether it's true or not. This isn't a legend. Sword Spirit suddenly spoke in Chu Yang's mind. He said to Chu Yang in a deep voice, Qin Feng and Lu Yin were real people. This battle did happen, Chu Yang nodded. GMO wanted to say something more, but Jiju had already walked over listlessly while yawning and rubbing his eyes. He then lazily and slowly said, Why are you so slow? Why aren't you going up? What are you waiting for? Even Chu Yang wanted to beat him up when he heard these words. Motherfucker, no one in the world can be as slow as you, Jiju. You still have the face to say this. GMO rolled his eyes. He didn't turn his head back. He pulled Chu Yang and walked away. Neither of them turned their heads. They both had the same thought in their minds. I'm afraid that I'll see this bastard Jiju scratching his feet if I turn my head. Then, the meal that I had eaten with great difficulty would have been wasted. They walked forward for a while. They were about to turn around the foot of the mountain and enter the path leading up the mountain. Suddenly, they heard a loud shout in front of them, and it shook the entire mountain. A majestic voice loudly shouted, Meng Luo! I'm only asking you this. Will you hand it over or not? Chu Yang and GMO looked at each other and saw the same expression in each other's eyes. This is Dong Wushang's voice. I don't know why he's fighting with Meng Luo, one of the 8 great dukes. Both of them were about to quicken their pace when a strange, wolf-like howling sound was heard. Awoo! You motherfucker, Meng Luo. Awoo! You motherfucker, won't you hand it over? Awoo! Do you believe that I won't blow up your sister with my fart? Awoo! Chu Yang almost spat out his rice. There's no need to guess the owner of this voice. There's no second person apart from Luo Kudi and second young Master Luo. Chapter 441. Jiyu, GMO, and Chu Yang quickened their pace to catch up with them. Jiju sighed as he led the 10 experts of the Ji clan to follow them. They turned a corner and saw 2 groups of people confronting each other. Dong Wushang's face was like black ice. He was clad in a black robe, and only the hilt and a small part of the blade of the black saber were exposed on his back. He was looking down with a fierce look in his eyes. Dong Wulei and the 10 experts of the Dong clan were behind him. Luo Kadi was beside him. He was clad in a snow-white robe and had a golden crown on his head. His face was like jade, and he had an elegant demeanor. He was holding a gold-painted folding fan in his hand. He had the appearance of an elegant gentleman. However, Luo Kudi's expression was lustful, and his movements were arrogant and wretched. Anyone who saw him would know that he wasn't an elegant gentleman. Instead, he was a hedonistic young master who wouldn't shrink from any crime. Especially, this guy's shoulders were shaking at the moment. His entire body was convulsing and was slightly trembling in excitement. This made people want to slap him even more. Slap him flat. They were facing a man in a brocade robe. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like bright stars. He had delicate features and an elegant demeanor. He was a typical gentleman with a graceful bearing. He was Meng Luo, the Grand Duke of the Meng clan, and the 10 king-level experts of his clan. However, Meng Luo's expression was very angry at the moment. He was looking at Dong Wushang with his fiery eyes. It seemed as if he wanted to bite him to death. Several people were standing around. They were clearly here to watch the fun. These 3 clans were confronting each other, and there was a feeling of mutual hostility. The matter was like this. Second young Master Luo had nothing better to do. He had come out for a stroll, and had happened to see the people of the Meng clan arrive at Mt. Dingjun. However, Second young Master Luo had sharp eyes. He had seen Mang Luo holding a leopard cub in his hand. It seemed that the cub hadn't been tamed yet. Mang Luo was slowly rushing over. He was carefully training it. He would occasionally let it go out to hunt for food. Second young Master Luo's eyes turned red. Phut! The cub of a 7th grade spirit beast. Storm leopard. This is a good thing. Ordinary spirit beasts were rarely captured by humans. Adult spirit beasts were simply impossible to tame. Moreover, when they were at the end of their rope, they would bite their own cubs to death, rather than let them fall into the hands of humans and be enslaved. Even though the entire 3 heavens had the Songlan battlefront, which was a place with countless spirit beasts, the most one could do was to kill them and obtain their cores and fur. Not many people had a decent spirit beast. As for those below level 3, even if they caught a cub, it would only be a plaything. Second young Master Luo hadn't expected that this Meng Luo would possess the cub of a 7th grade spirit beast, the storm leopard. This was a treasure that could not be encountered nor sought after. Second young Master Luo's eyes turned red in an instant. However, Luo Kadi was also filled with hatred. I sneaked out to play by myself. I didn't have any helpers by my side. Mang Luo's strength isn't inferior to mine. Moreover, he has a large number of king-level experts with him. It could not be outsmarted, nor could it be outsmarted. What should he do? Second young Master Luo was extremely anxious. Dong Wushang majestically led the Dong clan's people from the other side at this moment. Second young Master Luo suddenly found his savior, so he jumped and took a detour. Mang Luo immediately received the storm leopard's cub when he saw that there were outsiders. He didn't want others to know that he had such a treasure. Mang Luo and Dong Wushang walked to the opposite side. So they had no choice but to greet each other. Then they stopped and exchanged a few pleasantries. They were about to separate when Luo Kadi ran over with a sullen face. He then grabbed Dong Wushang. "Fourth brother, you must uphold justice for me." This sentence caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Mang Luo was also somewhat flabbergasted. He thought, what's wrong with king-level expert wolf sword? Dong Wushang flew into a rage and asked, "Who bullied you?" "My brother is being bullied? Who has the guts of a leopard?" Mang Luo was also somewhat curious. He was also taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. So he didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he pricked up his ears to listen. He hadn't expected that Luo Kadi would burst into tears. Then he turned to Mang Luo and said, "Fourth brother, it's this Mang Luo." Dong Wushang and Mang Luo were startled. They were extremely surprised. Mang Luo felt wronged. "When did I bully you? You aren't joking, right?" "What's wrong?" "For I went through untold hardships and finally killed 2 storm leopards. But I was pleasantly surprised when I found a storm leopard cub. But Mang Luo killed it and snatched it away." Luo Kadi said in a tearful voice. Dong Wushang looked at Luo Kadi from the corner of his eyes. He knew that this guy was using him to snatch Mang Luo's good stuff. This bastard's white robe is spotless, and his hair is meticulous, but he still has the face to say that he went through untold hardships to kill 2 storm leopards. Motherfucker, those are 7th grade spirit beasts. You can't fight one on your own, but you still dare to brag like this? But this is my brother. Moreover, how can a treasure like a storm leopard fall into the hands of the scum? Even if you don't give it to Luo Kadi, it should at least belong to me, Dong Wushang. Therefore, Dong Wushang flew into a rage and ferociously looked at Mang Luo. He then roared, "Mang Luo, hand over my brother's spirit beast." Mang Luo was so angry that his mouth became crooked and his eyes slanted. What the fuck is going on here? How did it suddenly develop to this point? Isn't the plot changing too fast? More than a dozen king-level experts of the clan had joined hands to kill that storm leopard. Moreover, they had coincidentally obtained its cub. Meng Luo had always treasured it as if it were his life. So, how did it become Luo Kudi's? This is too shameless, isn't it? However, it was clear that Luo Kudi must have accidentally seen him teasing the storm leopard. So, he must have become envious of it, and that's why he wanted it. But when did Luo Kudi and Dong Wushang become brothers? Brother Dong, you've wrongly accused me. Meng Luo's anger surged like a mountain. He then said in an aggrieved manner, "Am I that kind of person?" "Aren't you?" Dong Wushang snorted. He remained unmoved and rudely said, "I don't care if you're that kind of person or not. I only want the storm leopard. Take it out and give it back to my brother. That storm leopard is mine." Meng Luo was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "Luo Kudi, don't you have any shame? Is it yours? Do you have the ability to kill the storm leopard?" Luo Kudi shrugged his shoulders. "Humph, humph, it's mine. You snatched it from me." Meng Luo was so angry that his vision turned black. Dong Wushang shouted, "Meng Luo, I'm only asking you this. Are you going to hand it over or not?" Dong Wushang had deliberately released his oppressive power with these words. His majestic, imposing aura accompanied his deep and imposing voice, and pressed down on Meng Luo. This sentence was clearly heard by Chu Yang and GMO. "Haha," Meng Luo sneered. He wasn't a good person. He usually had a high position and power. He was also a character who wouldn't shrink from any crime. So he had always been arrogant. So, how could he be intimidated by Dong Wushang? He imposingly said, "Dong Wushang, do you want to stand up for Luo Kudi?" Stand up for him? Dong Wushang's eyes narrowed dangerously. "That storm leopard cub is mine. You don't need to hide this. You and I both know in our hearts whether Luo Kudi is telling the truth or not." Meng Luo gloomily said, "Dong Wushang, do you want to rob someone today?" "So what if I rob someone? So what if I rob you?" A mischievous laughter was heard as a voice arrogantly replied. Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, and Meng Luo turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw a few people walking side by side on the other side of the mountain road. GMO, the protagonist of the MT Dingjun incident, had arrived. Luo Kudi and Dong Wushang's eyes fell on the person beside GMO at the same time. They couldn't restrain the excitement on their faces. That person's black robe was fluttering in the wind. He had a tall stature. He was walking on the mountain road. Each of his steps seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, it seemed as if the king of hell had suddenly appeared in the human world, and he had brought the entire world with him. Every step he took made people feel as if he was treading on the thick, dark clouds of the underworld. He was looking at Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi at this moment. There was a faint smile on his face, but it was like a wisp of spring breeze, and it made the hearts of these two people warm up. The two of them took a step forward and were about to greet him, but they saw Chu Yang slightly shake his head. The two of them had no choice but to swallow their bellyful of words. However, they were indescribably excited in their hearts. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to acknowledge them, but he didn't want to acknowledge them in front of other people. He didn't care about himself, but it would be tantamount to an alliance between the Ji clan, Luo clan, Dong clan, Gu clan, Stealing God, and Thieving Ghost if they were to publicly announce their brotherly relationship. This matter was enough to cause a huge uproar for 3 days. Chu Yang didn't know what the consequences of this would be, but he was sure that the other clans would feel insecure, and this could lead to a disaster if someone deliberately incited it. Therefore, Chu Yang wanted to wait and see. It was true that he wasn't afraid of anything, but he had to consider his brothers. GMO raised his head and walked out in large strides. He was walking like a dragon or tiger. He then pointed his finger. Meng Luo, Dogant, quickly hand over the storm leopard. We brothers are going to rob you today. Luo Kadi howled loudly and jumped out. Wahahaha! Whoa! Mang Luo, hand over the storm leopard. Mang Luo clenched his teeth. Then he suddenly looked up and laughed. Do you think you can rob me because you have more people? Ha ha ha. Dong Wushang, Luo Kadi, GMO. The three of you, come at me together. It's not difficult to get the storm leopard. Defeat me, and the storm leopard will be yours. Suddenly he shook his arms. An embroidered robe on his body split open from the front lapel with a crashing sound. Then he floated backwards like a white cloud. He stretched out his right hand, and a small leopard with 5 colors squatted on his palm. It was squeaking in confusion. Mang Luo shook his hand, and the small leopard flew out of his hand. It fell into the bosom of an old man behind him. Then he took 3 steps forward in large strides and stood upright. He clapped his palms, and a whooshing sound of metal resounded. He raised his eyes and looked at the 3 people. They were brimming with fighting spirit. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered, and he took a step forward. He stepped on the big rock that Dong Wushang was standing on. Old man, you're a king-level expert? Dong Wushang was startled. He lowered his voice and asked, I'm merely a 2nd-grade sword king. Chu Yang touched his nose and replied modestly. Dong Wushang almost fainted. Big brother was dozens of levels lower than us when we first met in the lower 3 heavens. But we've met today and we're at the same level. This is simply not letting us live. Chapter 442. It's him. Dong Wushang snorted and said, The Grand Duke of the Meng clan, Meng Luo, is good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He's a typical dandy. His voice clearly didn't care about Meng Luo. Moreover, he despised Meng Luo's character. Chu Yang wrinkled his brows. It's okay to despise his character, but I shouldn't underestimate his strength. Dong Wushang would suffer a big loss if he were to face Meng Luo alone if he were to maintain this mentality. Don't underestimate him, Chu Yang reminded. His current strength may not be below yours. Dong Wushang sneered. His strength had improved tremendously now. Carrying the dark saber was equivalent to cultivating all the time. He was practically advancing at a tremendous pace. Moreover, the black saber's heaviness made him even more invincible. Among the younger generation, only Gu Duxing could make him somewhat apprehensive. But now he didn't even take Ao Xiayin seriously. So, why would they look at an insignificant Meng Luo? Chu Yang cautiously looked at Meng Luo. He then said in a low voice, What you see is just an illusion. This Meng Luo, he cultivates the technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang. Ah, Dong Wushang's jaw dropped. Evil technique? Moreover, Meng Luo has a special physique. He practices the vivid spring dream divine technique, which has been handed down from the ancestors of the Meng clan, but no one has ever succeeded in practicing it. So, you must be extremely careful even if you and Du Xing are to face each other, Chu Yang said in a low voice. Yes, but Little Wolf wants his storm leopard. Since we've decided to rob him, then we must get it. Dong Wushang narrowed his eyes and said, I'll go and meet him. Meng Luo was issuing a challenge. He had arrogantly declared that he would fight 1 against 3. However, he clearly understood that these 3 people wouldn't join hands to deal with him in front of everyone's eyes. But if it was a 1-on-1 fight, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if Dong Wushang came out, he was confident that he could make Dong Wushang suffer a great loss by relying on the vivid spring dream divine technique that had never appeared before anyone. Meng Luo was absolutely certain of this. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Meng Luo. He then insipidly said, You haven't dealt with the vivid spring dream divine technique. So I'll go. You? Dong Wushang was somewhat bewildered. I haven't dealt with it before, but you have? But when he saw Chu Yang's confident eyes, he knew that Big Brother always planned before taking action. So he couldn't help but nod. He was only so obedient in front of Chu Yang. If it were anyone else, even if it was Gu Duxing, he wouldn't be able to make him behave like this. Because Chu Yang had created a miracle that he would never be able to achieve. Moreover, it was a martial arts miracle. Moreover, these brothers had achieved what they couldn't do in the past with Chu Yang's help. Chu Yang insipidly said, "You must clearly see how I force him to use his vivid spring dream divine technique. Tell the other brothers to be mentally prepared." But Meng Luo would run away once chaos appeared. So it would be inevitable that someone would suffer a loss if he were to encounter his brothers in the future. Moreover, Ji Mo's marriage snatching battle was about to take place. So Meng Luo would certainly make an appearance. At that time, the one who would deal with him would definitely not be him. Therefore, it was most advantageous to force Meng Luo to reveal his trump card at this moment. Dong Wushang nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll break it the next time I meet him as long as he dares to use it." Mo cursed loudly on the other side. Luo Kadi was eager to give it a try, but then a cold voice resounded at this moment. "Snatching your storm, leopard, is giving you face. Meng Luo, you should feel honored." Meng Luo flew into a rage. Luo Kadi, GMO, and Dong Wushang were of similar status with him. So he had endured it, since they had spoken a few words to each other. But who was this person who had spoken? He raised his eyes and saw the black-robed youth beside Dong Wushang with his hands behind his back. He had floated down from the big rock and was looking at him coldly. Meng Luo was about to curse when he saw the black-robed youth stretch out his right hand from his black robe. His empty palm issued a clang sound. A mass of dense light and shadow dispersed from his body, and a glorious crown suddenly appeared in the sky above his head. But it was different from other people's crowns. The shadow of a long sword was soaring straight to the sky above this crown. "Sword King!" Meng Luo cried out in alarm. He looked at Chu Yang with a different expression in his eyes. This youth is clearly several years younger than me, but he has become the Sword King at such a young age. This achievement had made Meng Luo afraid in his heart. Whose clan is this? How come he hasn't appeared? However, Meng Luo felt somewhat relieved when he saw that Dong Wushang hadn't come out. "Who are you?" Meng Luo asked. "Your Excellency, why did you bother to get involved in this muddy water?" "My surname is Chu." Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, "This is my brother. My brother wants the storm leopard." "Meng Luo, you're a smart person. So don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Surname Chu. Meng Luo repeated this name in his mouth, but he didn't have any impression of it. Suddenly he laughed nastily and said, "Do you want to fight with me?" "I don't want to fight with you," Chu Yang corrected him. "I want to receive that storm leopard." "Ha ha ha." Meng Luo laughed heartily, but he immediately stopped. Then he sinisterly said, "I have the storm leopard as my stake. So what will you lose if you lose?" "I won't fight a battle without any benefits. I will give this to you if I lose." Chu Yang flipped his hand, and a sword appeared with a schwa sound. It reflected the blazing sun in the sky, and suddenly emitted thousands of cold lights. Meng Luo, who was 30 feet away from Chu Yang, also felt a burst of ice-cold wind blow against his face the moment this sword appeared. I want to remind you that this sword can cut iron like mud. It can cut gold and cut jade. It can destroy any obstacle. Chu Yang casually tossed the sword. It somersaulted and flew out of his hand. Then it gently fell horizontally in the air. Chu Yang tossed it again, and a piece of black steel appeared in the place where the sword's blade had fallen. The sword's edge collided with the black steel with a clang sound, and it cut into the black steel as if it was cutting tofu. Meng Luo's eyes suddenly opened wide. A greedy light shone in his eyes. Chu Yang lifted his foot and kicked that piece of black steel, which was still attached to the sword, away. The sword's blade vibrated and issued a buzzing sound. The black steel fell at Meng Luo's feet. Chu Yang's move was extremely beautiful. It was natural and unrestrained. It was straightforward and upright. It was much more natural and unrestrained than Meng Luo's. Luo Ku Di asked GMO in a low voice, "Big brother, aren't you afraid that Meng Luo will take the sword and run away?" GMO became angry and said, "Meng Luo would have taken it and run away if he were as brainless as you. The problem is that he isn't." Luo Kadia twice. He was embarrassed and didn't speak anymore. Meng Luo wasn't stupid. He was greedy at the moment. But he would have suffered the joint attack of the Luo clan, Gu clan, and Ji clan if he had taken the sword and run away. And there would have been no need to talk about rules with him at that time. Perhaps all the people who had come with him would have died here if that had happened. How could he do such a stupid thing? Chu Yang secretly laughed in his heart. Who can take my sword and run away? The power of the sword spirit has already been attached to it. So the sword will break into two pieces as long as the sword spirit wills it. Meng Luo was dumbstruck at this moment. He held the sword and casually cut the black steel, and a piece of iron fell down. Then he changed the sword of his follower. He didn't use any strength, and the follower's sword broke into two pieces with a crack sound. It seemed as if he had cut a piece of wood. However, Chu Yang's sword wasn't damaged in the slightest. Meng Luo's hands were somewhat trembling. His lips were also trembling. He was reluctant to part with the sword. He looked at Chu Yang and asked somewhat anxiously, "Do you really want to gamble with this sword with me?" "What? You don't want to? Forget it if you don't want to." Chu Yang spread out his hands. "I want to. Why don't I want to? I'll gamble." Meng Luo's eyes lit up. Storm leopard is good, but it's still a cub. It will take decades for it to grow to adulthood. But this sword is a rarely seen sharp weapon in the world. It's more valuable than an adult storm leopard. This guy wants to gamble with this sword. Not only is he taking advantage of me in terms of value, but he's also giving me a treasure. Meng Luo, do you want to save your face? That cub of a storm leopard can't even chew a steamed bun now. And you want to gamble with such a peerless sword? Luo Kadi shouted loudly, "Is that your face or your ass? Phut! Why don't you become red?" Luo Kudi's words made Meng Luo choke. He had only intended to make fun of Meng Luo, but he hadn't expected that Meng Luo's face would turn red as soon as his voice fell. Luo Kadi was dumbfounded. He then turned his head to look at GMO. Then he turned his head to look at Dong Wushang. "Did you see it? Did you see it? Fuck me. Meng Luo's face has turned red. Motherfucker, whoa. This is the news of the past 3 days." Meng Luo's face turned red. He said, "Bullshit. It's you who took it out for the gamble. It's not like I want this sword. Don't tell me that you're in the right to rob me." Chu Yang faintly smiled. He then waved his hand and said, "You guys keep watch for me. Let me experience the skills of one of the 8 great dukes." GMO and Luo Kadi were the same as Dong Wushang. They knew that Chu Yang must have grasped the opportunity since he had decided to make a move. Chu Yang would never do something that he wasn't sure of. GMO screamed loudly. He jumped up and shouted, "Beat him up! Trample him! Ravage him!" Luo Kadi shouted loudly, "Beat him up! Beat him up! Beat him up!" Whoa! Chu Yang's forehead suddenly became sweaty. A strong, murderous intention flashed across Meng Luo's face. He looked at Luo Kudi and GMO, and then returned to Chu Yang. He was secretly vigilant in his heart. This guy is unknown. But his words are so effective against these 2 famous pestering guys. I can't underestimate the enemy. Please. Meng Luo's wrist moved forward, and the sword turned into a white light as he threw it towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang leaned sideways and gently pinched the sword's hilt with his 2 fingers. Then the sword light spread out, and a circle of sword shadows spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. Hundreds of sword shadows clearly surrounded him. The sword's real body was firmly grasped in his hand. The tip of the sword was pointed forward. Chu Yang's gaze was affectionate as he looked at the sword's body. He felt that the sword was connected to him. His heart surged, and the sword energy spread out horizontally. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the tribulation sword rushed out of his dantian with a whistling sound. The sword's body flashed strangely, and an awe-inspiring murderous aura spread out in an arrogant manner. Meng Luo felt the formidable aura of the opposite party. So he didn't dare to neglect it. He suddenly jumped up, and a strange-shaped folding fan appeared in his hand. He opened it in the air with a pop sound, and 8 Meng Luos appeared in the air. They smiled at the same time and elegantly waved their folding fans. Then the 8 Meng Luos rushed down one after another, and rushed towards Chu Yang like lightning. It was an empty crown, but it was still dazzling. Chu Yang sneered, "Come on." His body spun, and the sword light, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, turned into a meteor. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he met the enemy head-on. He had forcefully shaken Meng Luo. Chapter 443. The 2 silhouettes came in contact with each other. Then they suddenly exploded like a bomb and turned into countless shadows that scattered in all directions. The 2 silhouettes had already transformed into a black and a white radiance in the middle of the field. They then intertwined with each other and formed a black and white pattern. The 2 empty crowns were rustling and trembling. Chu Yang used the fleeting snow cloud movement technique and fluttered here and there. His long sword scattered into snowflakes that filled the sky. It seemed as if he was advancing and retreating. Meng Luo's agility technique was fast and precise. The folding fan in his hand was continuously changing. It could be used as a sword, a saber, or a dang. But there seemed to be some kind of connection between the 2, especially the strange pattern on the surface of the fan. It gave people a dazzling feeling. Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kadi were watching the field attentively. They were somewhat amazed in their hearts. They saw that Chu Yang was dealing with Meng Luo's storm-like attacks with ease and ease. However, he wasn't panicking at all. So they were somewhat amazed. He was still struggling at the bottom a few months ago, but he could already contend with a 2nd grade king level expert today. Moreover, how could Meng Luo be an ordinary king level expert? In Dong Wushang's eyes, Meng Luo was a good-for-nothing and a pervert. However, an ordinary 2nd grade king level expert couldn't defeat him. Each of the 8 great dukes had unlimited tricks up their sleeves. Who among them didn't have the potential to challenge someone of a higher level? Meng Luo's eyes were looking at Chu Yang's figure like a hungry wolf. He slowly increased the speed and strength of his attacks. He wanted to defeat Chu Yang in the shortest time and with the least amount of strength. However, he was surprised to find that Chu Yang had also slowed down his speed when he had slowed down his attacks. And the pressure on him had also increased correspondingly when he had increased his attacks. They had been evenly matched since the beginning of the fight. A cold light couldn't help but flash in Meng Luo's eyes. His folding fan was falling down more and more like snowflakes. He didn't want to expose his trump card. However, Chu Yang had made up his mind. I must force Meng Luo to use his vivid spring dream, divine technique. The spectators exclaimed in satisfaction. Even the lazy Jiju had opened his eyes wide and unblinkingly looked at the 2 men in the field. No wonder GMO recognized him as the big brother. He has some skills, To all the spectators, this battle could only be described as pleasing to the eye. Of the two youths fighting, one was dressed in a black robe, and the other was dressed in a snow-white robe. One was handsome, and the other was elegant. Moreover, both of their figures were graceful, their movements free and easy. They left as soon as they touched the ground, floating like immortals. When one of them increased the intensity of their attacks, the other would immediately begin to counterattack. When one of them slightly restrained himself, the other would also immediately begin to defend. It didn't look like a battle at all. Instead, it looked like two martial brothers were practicing their martial arts. It also looked like two people who had nothing to do with each other had agreed to dance. Every one of them was dancing elegantly. At first glance, they didn't look alike, but their coordination was unintentionally flawless. GMO and Luo Kadi were watching the field. Dong Wushang had already walked behind them. Big Brother hasn't used his trump card yet, Luo Kadi whispered. Chu Yang looked like he was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. Obviously, he hadn't used his full strength yet. Nonsense. Dong Wushang scolded without any trace of politeness. Idiot! Meng Luo hadn't used his trump card. So, how could Big Brother use his trump card? There's something wrong with your brain. Luo Kadi grunted. Then he said in a low voice, I'm just telling the truth. GMO was somewhat worried as he looked at the field. It's too fast. Such a fast duel consumes a lot of physical strength. Wu Shang, what do you think of the situation? Big Brother, there's no need to worry. Dong Wushang said with certainty. Moreover, both of them are only testing each other. But both of them are trying their best to conceal their true strength. They seem to be nervous, but the outcome of this battle is far from being decided. His tone suddenly became serious. You too, open your bird eyes wide and watch carefully. Big Brother is showing all of Meng Luo's strength to you. Don't spout nonsense. Jimo's eyes froze in anger. Old Wu is your big brother. Dong Wushang ignored him and turned his head away. Chu Yang had clearly calculated that Meng Luo had already changed more than a dozen kinds of agility techniques in the field. But he was clearly messing up the order now. And he was still using the same moves. He coldly snorted in his heart. Then, the sword light suddenly rose sharply. One ray of cold light pierced 10,000 fathoms. 10,000 rays of cold light suddenly whizzed out violently. Meng Luo was gobsmacked. He was trying to figure out his opponent's real strength. But his opponent had unexpectedly launched a strong attack at this moment. He was caught off guard for a moment. So he shouted loudly and defended himself with his folding fan with all his strength. Swish, swish, swish. Knock, knock, knock. Their weapons had never come into contact with each other since the start of the battle. But this time's attack was like the wind blowing on a lotus and the rain hitting a banana leaf. Meng Luo's folding fan was continuously receiving attacks at this moment. The cold light would always find a flaw no matter how he changed his agility technique. Then the attack would hit the surface of the fan, and numerous sword holes appeared on this special folding fan at this moment. Meng Luo's folding fan was made of ice silk mixed with 7-colored jade strands, so it was invulnerable. Moreover, it had a special function. It was tailor-made for the vivid spring dream, divine technique. Meng Luo felt as if his heart was being twisted when he encountered this kind of injury at this moment. The surface of the fan would revert to its original state after a small hole was pierced by the sword tip. However, Meng Luo knew in his heart that the strength of this spring dream folding fan would weaken every time a sword hole appeared. So he couldn't help but fly into a rage. The black silhouettes of the people watching the battle suddenly soared like dark clouds in the field. The black silhouettes were everywhere in the blink of an eye, and Meng Luo's white silhouette was left in the middle of the battlefield. It was faintly discernible in the midst of the raging black silhouettes. Meng Luo, one of the 8 great dukes, had fallen into an absolute disadvantage under the attack of this nameless person. Even his defense was strenuous. However, Chu Yang's heart was shaken. I didn't use my full strength in this move of one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. I only used a small part of my strength. But even a king-level expert like Jing Menghun would be in a difficult situation if he were to face this move. But Meng Luo had managed to defend against it without any mishap. Chu Yang coldly snorted and said, "Good agility technique. Take it again." He used one ray of cold light, pierces 10,000 fathoms again. However, he used 70% of his strength this time. Meng Luo let out a muffled groan. His white silhouette flew backwards like a white line. Chu Yang's black silhouette followed him like a shadow. 10,000 cold lights were hidden in his body. He chased after Meng Luo and circled around the battlefield a dozen times in a flash. The spectators burst into an uproar. Meng Luo, one of the 8 great dukes, was being chased around like a mouse. And the opposite party was still chasing after him relentlessly. The experts of the Meng clan tightly knitted their brows. They exposed a worried look on their faces. It would be a major blow to the reputation of the Meng clan if Meng Luo lost this round. Meng Luo's handsome face had turned into the color of a pig's liver by now. Luo Kadi was beaming with joy as he saw this. He jumped up and shouted, "Good, good. Spank his ass. Drill his ass. It would be best if you carve the word *** on his ass." Meng Luo crazily shouted. His eyes turned red. He fiercely closed his folding fan and turned it into a short stick. Then he suddenly turned around and met Chu Yang's attack head-on. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind with a loud bang. Meng Luo rolled out like a rubber ball. His white robe was riddled with holes, and a silver-white light was exposed between the holes. Silver wine-jade armor. Someone among the spectators cried out in alarm. Everyone turned pale with fright as they heard this. The silver wind-jade armor was a legendary treasure of the 3 heavens. It was said that it was immune to all kinds of swords and metals. Wearing it was equivalent to having an extra life. No one had expected that such a treasure would appear on Meng Luo's body. Meng Luo slowly stood up from the ground. Blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. He slowly wiped it with his hand. Then he looked at Chu Yang with a sinister look in his eyes. He bitterly said, "Surnamed Chu, you forced me to do this." Chu Yang was stunned. "Fuck! Meng Luo, we've been fighting for so long. Can't you see that I'm forcing you? Do you think that I'm treating you to a meal?" GMO burst into loud laughter. Dong Wushang's expression tightened. He knew that Chu Yang was deliberately provoking Meng Luo. Meng Luo's trump card would appear in the next moment if everything went according to his expectations. Meng Luo laughed. Then he gently opened his folding fan and fanned it with a schwa sound. 3 silhouettes of Meng Luo appeared on his left side with a schwa sound. They were waving their folding fans with a smile on their faces. He fanned again, and 3 silhouettes of Meng Luo appeared on his right side. The 7 Meng Luos stood side by side in an orderly manner, as if they were septuplets. They were waving their folding fans at the same time. They were smiling as they opened their mouths. "Surnamed Chu, your sword is mine." Even their voices seemed to be spoken by 7 people at the same time. There was a kind of disjointed feeling in their voices. Then the 7 Meng Luos took a step forward at the same time. The entire space seemed to be distorted. It was filled with a kind of moist feeling of spring. Everyone who was watching the fight, including Dong Wushang, felt as if their minds were in a trance. It seemed as if spring had suddenly arrived in this moment, whether it was what their eyes were seeing or what their bodies were feeling. The air was getting more and more moist. It seemed as if the spring breeze was blowing in a mighty manner. Everything was beginning to recover. Some people had already felt that it seemed as if the withered peach branches were slowly growing buds. The feeling of spring became more and more obvious as the 7 Mengluos walked forward step by step. Someone exclaimed in surprise, as if he was sleep-talking. "Wow, the willow tree is turning green so quickly. Look, the peach blossoms on this tree. Their buds are pink. An illusion has already appeared." Dong Wushang was greatly alarmed. He could feel that kind of realistic feeling. So he hardened his heart and resolutely bit his tongue. A burst of heart-piercing pain was transmitted, and his mind finally recovered its clarity. Dong Wushang's complexion turned pale with fright. I never thought that Meng Luo had such an ability. Fortunately, I'm only watching from the sidelines. I would have been defeated a long time ago if I had been there. There's no movement. There's no sign. But it can seize a person's mind in an instant. Moreover, there's no exception to this regardless of the level of martial power. Moreover, it can cover a wide range. What kind of world-shaking evil technique is this? He couldn't help but be even more surprised when he saw that GMO and Luo Kudi's faces had already become somewhat intoxicated by spring. He pressed his hands on the back of their heads, and a burst of ice-cold energy gushed into their heads. Both of them woke up at the same time and looked at each other with their complexion changing. Chapter 444. Chu Yang's pupils contracted. At this moment, his extraordinary spiritual sense came into play. He could clearly feel that there was a strange aura pouring into every pore of his body. Meng Luo's every step, every movement, every wave of his folding fan, every gentle smile in his eyes, and indifferent and genial expression on his face gave people a beautiful and hazy feeling as if they were in a spring dream. Meng Luo's silhouettes had turned into 14. They were walking towards Chu Yang in a semicircle. Everyone seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of the grass in spring. They felt that this world was filled with vitality. Many people had already laid down on the ground that was filled with strange rocks. However, a satisfied and warm smile appeared on their faces. It was as if they were lying on a soft grass that was filled with vitality. This is the kind of spring that I've experienced before. There were several first-grade king-level experts among these people. However, Chu Yang's heart was filled with anger, a burst of resentment. Others didn't know, but he was very clear about it. Meng Luo's husband relied on the plucking yin to supplement yang technique. He plucked the vital yin of countless young girls under the age of 15 to supplement their vital yin. And he used the hearts of these young girls who had just understood the matters of love. Furthermore, it also carried the beautiful yearning and longing of these young girls towards their marriage. That was the purest dream of a young girl's heart. All of this was to destroy the dreams of these young girls mercilessly in an extremely agreeable way, using mercilessness as a cauldron to refine the pure and beautiful feelings between heaven and earth. This was the riotous spring dream. In a spring dream, flowers would fall in profusion. A spring dream would leave no trace, and countless beauties would fall in the world. The profusion of falling flowers was the price of a spring dream. This was the origin of the name riotous spring dream god. This was an extremely cruel and inhumane act. Meng Luo has already practiced to this extent. His influence was so great that it was beyond Chu Yang's expectations. It was obvious that at least a few hundred girls had been destroyed by his hands. The killing intent in Chu Yang's heart suddenly rose. In this dreamland that was like a spring dream, this kind of intense killing intent seemed to want to break through the shroud of the spring dream. He wanted to kill this scum. However, he thought about it again. I have just arrived in the third heaven, so my foundation isn't stable yet. Moreover, the Meng clan is a top-notch clan. So, I might be able to vent my anger for a while if I kill Meng Luo now. But It would be extremely disadvantageous for me in the long run. Keeping a demon like Mang Luo alive was the most effective weapon against the Meng clan. Chu Yang didn't know that his beloved Mo Qing Wu had been proposed to by Mang Luo at this moment. He wouldn't have cared about the Tribulation Sword Master's bullshit plan if he had known about it. In fact, he would have killed this bastard with his sword. But at this moment he didn't know. Mang Luo felt Chu Yang's murderous intention. His body shook, and he fiercely urged the spring dream. The smile on his face became even more intoxicating, and his figure became even more confident and at ease. It seemed as if an elegant young man was walking in the spring breeze. A woman would have fallen deeply in love with Mang Luo if she were to see him at this moment. This young man in his dreams has almost touched the beauty of the entire world. But who would have known that in this dreamlike scene, this gentle and refined young man was a hungry wolf that ate people without spitting out their bones? Mang Luo's silhouettes had already expanded to 27. The spring dream aura in the air had become even richer. He had almost arrived in front of Chu Yang, but Chu Yang still hadn't moved. Mang Luo's eyes had already revealed a complacent look. His murderous intention was hidden. Dong Wushang's heart was burning with anxiety as he watched this. He was about to say something to remind Chu Yang. Chu Yang shouted loudly, "Wushang, look carefully." Then he suddenly backhanded his sword and stabbed his left arm. Blood spurted out with a puff sound. Chu Yang circulated his sword, and the blood scattered into a blood fog that filled the sky. Mang Luo's complexion changed in an instant. Then Chu Yang attacked with his sword. The sword light flashed and stabbed Mang Luo's wrist. The folding fan fell to the ground with a bang sound. Then the sword stabbed Mang Luo's legs. Mang Luo screamed loudly and knelt down with a plop sound in front of Chu Yang. This dreamlike scene disappeared in an instant. Everyone came back to their senses at this moment, and they saw that one of the 8 great dukes, Mang Luo, was kneeling in front of Chu Yang in a distressed state. He didn't need to kneel even if he was defeated, right? What's wrong with this great Duke Mang Luo? Is he begging for mercy from the opponent? Apart from a few king-level experts with exquisite cultivation, the others couldn't clearly see what had happened. Chu Yang exclaimed and said, "Great Duke Meng, what are you doing? We were just exchanging pointers. So, how can I kill you? You, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Quickly get up. Why are you kneeling like this? Quickly get up. I won't kill you. I won't kill you." These few words were extremely loud and clear. Apart from a few people who had seen the truth, everyone else exposed a look of disdain on their faces. Mang Luo, you're the successor of a top-notch clan. You're one of the 8 great dukes of the 3 heavens. You're still a king-level expert, even if you don't take into account these glorious identities. How can you kneel down and beg for mercy from the enemy without any integrity? You've lost your face. Extremely disdainful. Dong Wu Shang opened his mouth wide. He had never imagined that this matter would develop in such a dramatic manner. Mang Luo had the upper hand a moment ago, and Chu Yang hadn't moved at all as if he was an idiot. But Chu Yang's sword had displayed its might the next moment. Moreover, those sword strikes hadn't been very fierce. So Dong Wushang had believed that Mang Luo could have dodged them as long as he knew how to fight. However, Mang Luo had strangely knelt down in front of Chu Yang's sword. Such an earth-shaking change had made Dong Wushang feel as if he was still in a spring dream. He couldn't believe it, and rubbed his eyes. The 10 king-level experts of the Meng clan blushed with shame. Mang Luo was facing them, and Chu Yang's back was facing them. His black robe was fluttering in the wind and had covered his line of sight. They had only seen the flash of a sword light. Then Mang Luo had fiercely knelt down. He had knelt down in front of this black-clothed youth. What's going on? How can the young lord kneel down in front of the enemy and beg for mercy in front of so many people. Chu Yang enthusiastically helped Mang Luo up. Mang Luo looked at him with empty eyes, but it seemed as if he was looking into the void. He seemed to be at a loss. Then he suddenly spoke in a dreamlike manner. "How did you know?" Chu Yang coldly looked at him. He didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, "You've lost." "I've lost. I've lost," Mang Luo muttered. Then he suddenly issued a long and loud shout. He turned around and walked away. He walked a few steps and then turned around again. "Say your name. I'll look for you again." "The person who defeated you a moment ago is called Chu Yang." Chu Yang raised his face and looked at him disdainfully. "The person you've just knelt to is also called Chu Yang." Mang Luo screamed loudly. He opened his mouth and spouted a mouthful of blood. His body flashed, and he jumped into his own team. Then a frightened cry was heard the next moment, and a small figure was thrown out by Mang Luo. Chu Yang caught it and saw a pair of frightened black and white eyes looking at him. It was the storm leopard's cub. Mang Luo hadn't gone back on his word. He also hadn't dared to go back on his word. "Let's go," Mang Luo ordered. He then took the lead to leave with his tail between his legs. The 10 king-level experts of the Meng clan looked at Chu Yang's face. It seemed as if they wanted to firmly remember this person's face. Then they followed after him without saying anything. Not only the Meng clan, but all the experts in the vicinity also looked at Chu Yang at this moment. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Since when did such a world-shaking young expert appear in these 3 days? "Duke Chu, this old man has a presumptuous request. Would it be possible for you to clear up this old man's confusion?" The one who had spoken was a blue-clothed old man. He was a middle-grade king-level expert. However, he had also fallen into Mang Luo's trap. Fortunately, he was a distance away and didn't indulge in it too much, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Chu Yang replied, "Senior has given me an order. I won't dare to be unwise." That blue-clothed old man smiled happily. He was very satisfied and proud of Chu Yang's friendly attitude. A sense of appreciation arose in his heart. He stroked his beard and said, "Grand Master Chu, the god that Mang Luo Gong used a moment ago was very powerful. Mang Luo Gong seems to be only a second-grade king-level expert at present. But this old man can't contend with that kind of power. He had only asked what kind of husband he was. He hadn't asked how to break it. He was obviously afraid of offending the Meng clan." Chu Yang had been waiting for someone to ask him this question. He would have explained even if no one had asked. How could he let go of a pillow when he was about to doze off? "Senior, I will explain it to everyone since you have asked. So, I won't confuse you in the future." Chu Yang smiled in a very harmless manner. He looked very open and magnanimous. Luo Kadi and GMO trembled from head to toe. Someone is bound to get unlucky every time Chu Yang shows such an innocent smile. It seems that the Meng clan is out of luck this time. This kind of husband is called the Vivid Spring Dream God. It's extremely powerful. Chu Yang lowered his voice and spoke in a mysterious manner. However, everyone's curiosity had been aroused by him, so everyone pricked up their ears to listen. They could have heard him clearly even if he had lowered his voice. This kind of god is extremely evil, let alone a king-level expert. Even an emperor-level expert won't be able to escape death if he doesn't know about it in advance. Chu Yang said in a serious manner, "That's because one needs to pluck the vital yin of at least several thousand young girls under the age of 15 to practice this evil art. And they need to cooperate with each other in order to practice it." Everyone hadn't expected that they would hear such a sensational thing. Not only that, but the consciousness of the young girls who have been plucked must be destroyed. Then they must become a walking corpse's plaything, and they must be plucked to replenish their yang. Chu Yang slowly explained. He had deliberately left everyone some time to digest this information. The Meng clan has such an evil husband! Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They angrily shouted, "Plucking Yin to replenish Yang is already evil enough." But Meng Luo has taken it a step further, and he's specifically plucking young girls? This is a heinous crime. It has reached the point of insanity. The vital Yin of these innocent young girls must be plucked out together with their most beautiful fantasies. Then they must be refined with an evil method. Then they will become a unique god. Then they will use this method to make the enemy fall into a beautiful, spring-like illusion. Then they will be slaughtered. Chu Yang slowly explained, "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."